this streaming software, it updated and it broke everything. Yeah, I think it's working. It's like 180 or 190, whatever. Whatever. Just leave it. So like, I'm really tired. I'm gonna push myself because I can afford it. And I gotta get done. Faster I'm done, I'm done. So like, this really weird thing happens where like, if I go over like what I'm working on from like whatever and then explain myself, it gets like 5-10 views. So it's like, huh? And it happens like every single time. So maybe it'll happen this time, maybe it won't. It's really odd though. It's like, if I like explain myself and then I go through and whatever, do stuff, it's like YouTube doesn't recommend it or something. But then when like I'm like trying to get stuff done, nothing's working, or like it's not obvious what I'm doing, the views go up or whatever. So I don't know, whatever. So like I made this stupid, you can zoom the webpage, that's like not helpful. So like too many years ago, maybe, well, what's the date here? Yeah, the streaming software broke. I can't use the foot pedal to click the sound on off. So like, yeah. So like, wait, how old is this? (2016). So like 10 years ago. So like 10 years ago, I was gonna make Tumblr themes because Tumblr used to be a thing and Tumblr died. So I like made this whole like setup thing where I can like make Tumblr themes really quickly. I have like the whole API. Just like I just went through and then reconstructed it, and then I did it for like JavaScript and PHP. So like all the post settings and like the opening, closing, and all that stuff is like whatever. So I can like make a Tumblr theme, and then I attach things to this box, like with this one. Like this item or element, whatever, is like inside this box. This one's a different box. And I can like change the properties and shit. And then this was like a graphics pipeline, but not really. I had to like figure out how to like send updates when things move on the screen to like a little like database or whatever, and then keep track of all the shit. Because uploading to like Tumblr was very painful, so I had to like just emulate their whole website or whatever. And then I don't know. And then I got to this point where I have this box here, and this attached to like external things or whatever, other programs, to like hook up JavaScript and then have animated like infinite scroll, whatever you call it. So I'll scroll the post and then all the stuff attached to it. And I have like, I don't know, whatever. So like I pushed JavaScript to the limit, and then I had to make my own JavaScript engine because V8 is a piece of shit. So I had to make my own engine because this one couldn't do what I needed. And then when I was done or whatever, or I gave up at some point because Tumblr died, and I was like, well, that's great. And I ended up with like a bunch of shit that like was like for me like in-house to make stuff, and like I can't just sell that. So now I'm gonna like repurpose everything and then sell it. So I made like a 32-bit JavaScript engine. So like 10 years ago, I don't think there was a Node.JS, was there? Did really the audio died? Okay. I have to like wait between clicking and opening programs because everything is like so shittily designed. Oh great, what the fuck, man. Testing. Okay, it's cool. Oh, whatever. So this is like Node.js 2009. So like 10 years ago, or 2009 was how many years ago? What? Oh no, not 2009. Wrong one. So 2017. So if Node.JS came out in 2016, I probably would have just used that, but it wasn't out. It was like fucking, I don't even know, whatever. So I was like stuck to the browser, and I'm like, this stuff is shit. I gotta process the rest of this shit to get this theme stuff done. I like had like a bytecode whatever to run in the browser to attach to the theme or whatever to control like all these parts or whatever for the theme, for the posts, for the Tumblr theme. And then I also had like some compression stuff I was testing or whatever, working on. And I needed to like number crunch in JavaScript, and I just needed more memory. And like JavaScript was 4 gigs. JavaScript was like 4 gigs. I think there was flags to like enable more than 4 gig support, but like, I don't know. I like made my own engine. It took like 2 years, whatever. So I stuck with 32-bit executable, 32-bit binary, 32-bit whatever. I didn't do 64-bit, even though 64-bit was out. And then I needed more memory. That's why I couldn't use JavaScript, because I was like doing too much in JavaScript and it's taking up too much memory, because you can't really compile or like parse things in JavaScript because it takes up a lot of space depending on like what you're parsing, how much you're parsing and stuff. So like 32-bit, my own engine, and then 32-bit I got done, and then I ran it, and then like it used up like about the same amount of space, and then I'm like, oh fuck, well that sucks. So then I added like physical paging instead of rewriting it, and then every 4 gigs So there's like a limit on the number of files you can have inside of a folder. And then I found that out right away. And then I had to like come up with like this overly complicated setup where I have like a file and then it controls different folders and all this shit that I had to do. It took like a year to like set up this whole paging thing. except every 4 gigs can hold 4 gigs. And then the whole entire engine is saved, the entire state of the engine, at what point it was running at. So as the engine's running, if you like stop it or stop the program, I have like these like checkpoints or like overly complicated like breakpoints where like it'll re-enter at certain points. And then like checks the file, and then it can like resume whatever it's doing. And then the Tumblr theme simulator or emulator, whatever you want to call it. Inside here it has like so like a Tumblr theme is like a user account, and then they have a Tumblr, whatever, like obviously social media, whatever. So like you can post text, photos, panorama, photo set, quote, link, chat, video, audio, hashtags, hashtag, I don't know what, yeah, whatever. Oh, if it has tags, then it's like this block. Alright, so like all stuff is typed in account, and then I had like a folder with like test files. I unplugged the flash drive, so not there. Except the game engine, I'm going to use this whole thing, this Tumblr API with some modifications, whatever, and then I can have user databases, whatever, not database, like user accounts and shit, and then I'll use this structure and this setup for like the data packages and like the structuring, and then the HTML rendering, I can like rip this stuff out of it. So I can add the Tumblr theme or like social media, what do I call it? Not infrastructure, like So like I need to get stuff done, and then I don't know. So I'm just gonna like go over this really quick. So like I emulated Tumblr markup and had to make a backend for it for the data structures. The markup is only visual and structural, so I made a backend part that handles user and stores things like markup, select, stores that the markup selects from via posts from a user, the images, text, or link, or whatever. What do I call that? I have Tumblr markup, then the backend for Tumblr. That I had to invent and assume to meet the markup request, retrieves, and sends to in relation to the JavaScript assembly API. At some point I'll merge it, then I have database for user accounts, and then a markup for a game engine to retrieve and display the user info, profile picture, and the user can have a web page and stuff, like Little Big Planet or its own website, or some website, where some games do. I skipped a sentence. Where user can customize things, post stuff, and I can use. I gotta freaking my stomach. I like belch. I'm gonna not do it though. I can use the modified Tumblr markup as a language, JavaScript engine as a paging mechanism part, restructure it to a big data server, storage backend, file management system, and then synchronize. Well, that doesn't matter. But have extreme flexibility and security by using all tightly coupled mechanics that I use for JavaScript engine. The Tumblr part, I guess, that's just a markup backend, and then JavaScript engine paging I can add persistent storage, or like not lifetime, whatever you call it, when the program like is resident or whatever. Database, so I can adjust it as a persistent storage. I don't think that's the right word, whatever. Storage database with recovery and stuff. Since the engine is tied to it and it saves a state when it runs, if there is a file or folder that has a file in the directory that the engine uses for paging. And then I don't know what I'm asking. It doesn't matter. Extrapolate on this, what you come up with. took like 4 months to like fucking make this thing. It took like a month to like, yeah. That's supposed, where's like the user profile icon? I thought. It's supposed to be here, but like I don't want to plug in the flash drive, I just unplugged it. Oh, here's user avatar. Oh, I don't care right now, doesn't matter. Somewhere it's like, there it is, a source portrait. And then there's like different options in here. I think it's like, it's like portrait 24, 16, 30, whatever it is. Oh, this took so long to set up. Call of Duty has some shit where you're like, it doesn't work. I feel like the very first game engine that fucking actually works. With like the fucking user settings and profile and shit. What's Odyssey, a movie? Oh, this is like new? No, I haven't seen this yet. So like the problem with MySLQ is that MySLQ is garbage, absolute trash. It's the worst. My God. So like, I'm gonna make a bunch of software and use the same kernel or whatever you want to call it. And I would like to like get rid of this. This thing does not work. It's a piece of garbage. So I can compete with it, and then if I compete, maybe I'll win. Maybe my SLQ will die or something because it's a terrible piece of garbage.
What is the engine that Rust and Zig are built off of? What is that engine called technically? The suite of things that run the descriptions and such that describe the language so that it can generate the requested Rust or Zig or Go language. So many use the same whatever it is IDK what programs do or don't, but the LMLM or something. Compiler toolchain.
So I guess it'd be like an assembler toolchain then. Like, I don't know, whatever. there's so many. Oh, CSS, that's one of them. So I have like a assembly toolchain, whatever. So I'll be able to like make C, Go, Rust, MySQL, PHP, HTML, CSS, or C# or like whatever. Like this thing is like really flexible. I had to make it really flexible. JavaScript is like the worst. So it took like a year. So I'm gonna end up, I don't know, with like a whole bunch of flexibility. So like right now I'm getting a shader program done, and I gotta finish up the parser that I'm working on, and then I'm gonna put the parser in the video description, and then you can use it whatever. And then when I get the engine done, I'm not sure what route I'm gonna go first. Well, I have an idea, but I'm not gonna say it, but whatever. So for the shader program, I gotta like finish that up so I can like distort the screen when I'm working on assembly that I'm not gonna show because people just take it. Because if I show it, then of course you could take it. So there's stuff I gotta work on, and I gotta like pixelate the screen and put it like a box or whatever. So I get this done, and then the block scope parser is when I'm finishing up to get this done. And then the block scope parser is also for the JavaScript assembler. And then it all ties into like all sort of stuff, whatever. I'm almost done. This is so stupid. I just need a couple more pieces. And then I also need to like be able to like support these languages. Because I'm working on a operating system, and then I need to have that stuff available right off the bat so you can like actually move over to the operating system. Unless of course like the current like tech environment is like totally acceptable and it's like there's no reason, then I don't know, but what do I know? I personally, this is my opinion though, people that work on this toolchain infrastructure, whatever you want to call it.
You mean compiler toolchain compiler infrastructure, but several different things get mixed together.
Well, actually, it's not. The problem is corporations and just the bullshit. The Vulkan API for the graphics card, just, I actually learned a whole bunch from it. It's really helpful. As I'm setting up this new stuff, I'm able to like separate things logically and then partition them and then have a bigger, broader understanding of like how to like expand upon it and how to like parallelize it and then a bunch of other shit. So it's like no pain, no gain, and like, I don't know, BigTech is going to feel the burn. If I gotta put up with this shit, then they're gonna have to put up with my shit as I work my way from the bottom to the top. And the top's not the top, that's just whoever gets to the top, they define the new top, and I'm gonna set a brand new top. And I don't even fucking care if you believe me, because I have nothing to prove. You can suck a dick. And YouTube can record, because they're gonna hold the whole thing, and then, yeah, it's art. YouTube gets to hold the video, the whole process. That's called art. And then I might put them out of business because YouTube's a bitch and they cheat and they're not fair and they're a terrible company. So I don't think they're going to play fair. I'll give them a chance, but if they don't play fair, I'm done with Google. This API is absolutely horrid. This is terrible. Except the people that did make it, they are pretty smart. Except they didn't design it very well. Well, the structural and the thought behind it and the reasoning is solid and sound, but the way it's interacted with is terrible. Because the Vulkan API is created by the Vulkan working group, whatever. And this is like basically just like Monopoly by BigTech, and then what's his name, Jensen, the guy that runs NVIDIA, the guy that like put 3DFX out of business, that douchebag, whatever. And then the audio dies because Apple doesn't know how to make a working operating system, or at least not the API part for like the fucking sound. I don't know, this guy, whatever. This is like 1993? Damn. And it's like this guy, he makes a Twitter and then he's like, for my first post, I'm sharing a letter signed by Open Models Matter. AI will transform the industry, every blah blah blah. Models strengthen, blah 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 blah. Or whatever, and like Anthropic apparently didn't sign it, or whatever. So it says like, in 1980s, early open source software pioneers challenged the prevailing belief that software would advance only if companies keep tight control over their code. Yeah, no, that's true, and that's how companies put other companies out of business, and that's why winners take all. And this guy's not a winner. This guy's a loser. Fucking makes a post like, hey, let's all just get along and like pretend like we actually give a fuck about each other, because if we lose, we can lose real hard. So let's all like put our dicks in a basket and then like hope for the best and sign this contract or this like open letter, and then publicly like what a fucking idiot. This guy's a loser. And then Anthropic, they're the ones actually making money, and they're like, we're not signing that because we're actually, that's probably why this Peter, whatever the fuck his name is, not Peter, that's probably why he made this, because like, shit, Anthropic's like making money, we're not making money, we need what Anthropic has. So let's all like work together, and they puts on this front like, hey, I just opened a new Twitter account, blah 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 blah, let's all work together, prevailing belief, blah blah blah, puts on like fucking narcissistic piece of shit. Oh, he's so terrible. It's like they bought out 3DFX, another chip company, and then they use 3DFX in their new shit. So like every new video card is based off the original seed that they had to buy because they couldn't make it, because they couldn't compete, and they had to like team up with AMD, and like this guy's a piece of shit. And now it's with OpenAI, and he's old. He's been running NVIDIA since 1993. He probably wants to cash in and retire. So he's trying to make as much money as possible before he checks out. So like, hopefully I get to fuck him over and then fuck up all the money he's making. That'd be awesome. That'd be like, freaking like, reciprocatory or whatever the fuck you call it, like karma, if like I'm able to get stuff done and then make a shitload of money before he gets to check out and like retire. That'd be awesome. It'd be really fucking sweet. That'd be totally fair too. So here it says like, in late 1990s, 3DFX had an infringement lawsuit which combined with lower sales in the later years led NVIDIA to acquire 3DFX for their engineers, whatever. So I'm gonna ask chat about really quick. I could get something done, I don't know, whatever. I got like tons of stuff to do, so hopefully I can get the parser done or a big chunk of it done today. So this is what chatbot said, whatever, about the database, whatever stuff, and like whatever stuff. So like it says like, the markup defines what gets displayed. It gave me user profiles, post, image, link, data, content, backend, owns actual entities, relationship, user profile, media. Oh, and then like you'd be able to send files to another person or user and then just send a fucking file. Like imagine how amazing that would be. Imagine how awesome it'd be to just like send files without like FTP and all that other shit. You just like send a big ass file and then like you send what you want to send, you send it and it's sent. No like email, no like having to like pay money to like send bigger files. That'd be awesome, right? That'd be really cool. So like storage, paging engine, maps local data, persistent storage, handles paging, indexing, allocation, recovery, serialization, caching, synchronization, file layout. JavaScript engine executes, logic transform, assembles data, database, file storage. Your Tumblr backend could be called content backend, service, model store runtime service. I think content models close as described, blah blah blah. Example, Tumblr markup, content model, paging, data runtime, persistent store. The later game markup, same content model, same data runtime, same persistent storage. Like, it's interesting, you aren't really making separate Tumblr plus game backend. You're making a general content system. Markup becomes persistent structure, content model becomes semantic data, JavaScript engine becomes execution, paging becomes physical data traversal, persistent layer becomes durable state. Yeah, durable. That's like the opposite of fucking MySLQ. A piece of shit database. So the same underlying system could represent user, well, that's exactly what I'm getting at. Good job, chatbot. User profile name, avatar, post, text, image, video, custom page, markup. Then different front ends consume same underlying data. Tumblr markup, website builder, social feed, game UI editor. And then your markup doesn't necessarily need to know how storage works. It requests get user 3D1, get post, get media, get page. Backend resolves those into data. JavaScript assembler, engine runtime can potentially turn those into very tightly controlled data operations. Oh yeah, that too, like the JavaScript engine. If you have like number crunching you gotta do or whatever. It was set up for 4 gigabyte pages that can hold 4 gigabyte pages, so you could have like 4 gigs and 4 gigs and 4 gigs. So like if you're number crunching and there's not enough RAM, it can page things back and then stream it back in as needed, whatever. And then like the only problem is 64-bit. I'm gonna have to like fuck around with like this freaking paging structure and shit. Like there's like a limit to the number of files you can have in a folder, so that's gonna be a lot of fun. It's probably gonna take a month or two to like fuck around and like get that running again. So like if I update this to like 64 gigabyte pages within 64 gigabyte pages, not 64, what's a 64-bit number? So MySLQ is made up of tables and rows, and it's not known for being durable state, or just durable, I guess, in general, or whatever, durable state, because it's glitchy, hardly operational garbage software, question mark. So MySLQ is fundamentally a relational database software, structured database, table rows, columns. Alright, so like, I don't know, whatever, so like, is that an exabyte or a So like 18 exabytes. All right. So like what? So like 18 exabytes. If I update the paging structure to support this 18 exabytes, then so clearly inside like the setup file that like controls the rest of the paging. So like if I update to like 18 exabytes or whatever, then like technically an 18x byte isn't gonna fit in the RAM even if you had that much RAM. But if it's paged, it's paged. You could have like a big ass fucking just store whatever the fuck you want where the fuck you need it. It's there. And it just fucking gets the data and it runs and it's smooth as fuck and it's not MySLQ because that's absolute garbage. MySLQ is shit. But then obviously the configuration file I'm gonna have to like add to it. I already kind of accounted for it, but I don't actually have like, I have like one server, I don't have multiple servers. So like physical server, config, forwarding, mapping, logical stringing of the storage between, across, and redundant backup for specific regions of storage if needed, whatever, like between computers or servers, whatever. That would all have to be described and like set up and documented and all that inside like whatever configuration file. So like that stuff I don't have, but I could easily, not easily, it's complicated, but I could add that and then that's possible, whatever. So like I highly doubt MySLQ can do 18x bytes, let alone like maybe even like 30,000 terabytes or something. I don't even know, like it's a piece of shit. And then synchronizing and like, well actually there's so many layers of software that don't work that doesn't even matter. Like it's like you just like pass the goalposts or push the goalposts, say, oh, it's on that software to that software has to do that, and then none of it works ever at any part of the chain of software. It's absolute garbage. But like this would be fucking awesome. This would be extremely useful, valuable, and like freaking like this does not exist and it never will, because personally I think like the people that like work on like corporations, whatever, they're very, very stupid. Like they're very, very stupid people, the people that run the corporations. Like this guy, I'm pretty sure is stupid because he couldn't compete with 3dfx. He had to like buy 3dfx to put in the video card because he couldn't compete. He bought them and then he's like, oh look, new video cards from 3dfx, because he couldn't compete because he's stupid. So these companies, they can't compete because they're stupid. They're very, very stupid, in my opinion. What do I know? If they weren't stupid, their shit would work and it doesn't. So the people with the Vulkan API, same thing as the fucking OpenAI. Like, hey, everyone signed this, we can all like share resources and everything's free and stuff. Like, no. It's free for you and then we get fucked. And then we get to use this shit and then it's like, it doesn't, you guys are benefiting, you fucktards at the top. All of you, you're benefiting so much off everyone else. It's just ridiculous. This whole like socialistic group mentality where really only like one company benefits, but they pretend it's like for everyone else. I guess that's what I'm doing. I guess I'd be benefiting from this if I do this whole setup, which I am gonna do. Except like, am I really benefiting if I'm like actually making software that works, or is everybody benefiting? I don't know. I think like everybody would benefit, not just me. Oh, but like rows, tables, and columns. So like you could have like 18 exabyte tables, tables, columns, and rows, or whatever. So like MySLQ, it cannot support 18 exabyte rows and rows and columns, whatever. except it's basically the same thing, but not really. But yes, it is. I don't know, whatever. Except my engine, when I got to update it, right now it's only 4 gigs, and it probably take like a month or two to update it. So I don't know, whatever. Like if it was like theoretically possible to support that many rows and columns, that much memory, that'd be fucking insanity. That'd be so awesome. Oh, so like the JavaScript engine, I added the paging, and then when I run it, it is the same exact, a teeny bit slower than JavaScript. When I run it with paging, it's like the same exact speed as JavaScript V8, except I get the benefit of having like 4 gig pages. I can have 4 gig pages and use more memory, because the whole thing was like I need more memory to compile. So like when I remove this part, the big data whatever, from the JavaScript engine, I just have the JavaScript engine uses like normal malloc and stuff. It's so much faster. So like the paging, it bogs down the entire thing to like the same performance as JavaScript right now. And when you do like number crunching or like whatever streaming data, or like you're like trying to like compress stuff, you want to do a whole bunch of shit at once, and you gotta, I'm gonna try the GPU at some point. I think the GPU is full of shit. If it's not, I don't know, whatever. Except when you're doing that stuff, I don't know, yeah, whatever. So like, my JavaScript engine is so fucking fast, it's fucking insane. And then I can add paging though to the JavaScript engine if I need to, if there's a reason to. But I think I don't need it. I think I can like disconnect it, and then I don't need it. But then later on, well, I don't know, whatever. Because there's no reason for paging right now. Like the address size is like 64-bit, and there's no reason to like hold persistent data of JavaScript engine. So I don't think I'm gonna have that in the engine because it slows it down. And then I could add optionality, or like make it only page some things, but I gotta like add a whole mechanism to the engine, and that'd take a week or two. I'm probably gonna do that at some point, but I don't know, whatever. But then I could get like the speed of like normal JavaScript, where it's like really, really fucking fast, and then get the paging, which will slow it down because it's paging or whatever, but then only page if it has to, or like if there's a reason to. Because sometimes there's like files or stuff that don't need to be on the driver not being accessed, and then it frees up RAM if the RAM's all being used or whatever. So it says like MySQL queue, blah blah blah. It's rows, columns. It says MySQL queue is designed to provide durable, persistent data, especially with InnoDB. So what? That's like a separate fucking thing. It says, if you're saying my system keeps running persistently, can recover, it says yes, that's durable state. If you're asking, is my SLQ frames being a durable state engine? No. It's normal classification. If you're designing your own system, your component sounds potentially closer to persistent state engine, persistent data runtime, the MySQL clone. It's like MySQL, blah blah blah. I don't know, whatever. It's like a different thing, but I can like make it work as a whatever. So does MySQL support 18 exabyte tables and columns, and routing, forwarding multiple servers as a large database that stores across whole space and then has regions that are redundantly backed up when needed? Or does MySQL is like a bunch of servers with different data all on each separate nodes that have to like go between nodes and find across nodes because the overall state across nodes is not managed as a large big data, even though it's called big data? Or is there some other software layer that does that part, which also doesn't do its job because 90% of software is footing the bill of the work it's supposed to do? So it says no, MySQL does not give you one giant 18 exabyte logical address space spread transparently across servers. I could do that and be fucking insane, it'd be fucking awesome. MySQL normally looks more like client, MySQL server, database, table, rows, column storage for multiple servers you can handle. This is fucking retarded. Client, router, server A, server B, server C. But MySQL itself does not magically turn those machines into one enormous distributed memory system space. You need additional architecture. Yeah, this is fucking retarded. Some dumbass shit. None of this shit works. Sharding, replication, partitioning, distributed SLQ. This just wastes everyone's fucking time. Metadata, placement service, routing layer. Like, yeah. Big data does not equal one giant address space. Oh, but it should. It could, and it can, and it will. Big data systems commonly distribute data across nodes. Node A, user 099, node B, 1 to whatever, blah, blah, blah. Router knows where data lives. The router knows. How does the router know? The router is not... That makes no sense. The router has nothing to do with... There needs to be a separate computer, and it's not the router. A separate computer is what goes between all these other computers to like find what's it needs to find, not the router. That's misleading and stupid. It's a lying piece of shit bot. If query needs to read data from A plus C, query router AC, where's results? Some slow ass fucktardery. The cross-node coordination is real work. What you're describing sounds more ambitious. Global logical data space. Placement, paging, mapping, node A, node B, node C, pages. Yeah, I fucking set up this whole complicated thing. I'm gonna get my freaking time's worth of setting up in the first place. Redundancy layer, physical storage. Then applications don't need to care which server has this, it asks. But it can, and it can like decide like, I want this backed up on 2 servers, I want this on 3 or 4 servers, I want this on these servers. This needs to be available at this time, this needs to be get more servers on this resource because this is like a new post that has to be like sent out, streamed faster. So put these things on this server and you just like fucking type it in and all computers just fucking like synchronize and like boom, it's done. Fucking awesome. Yeah, because I'm not gonna use this shit, make my own shit. I've tried, this stuff is absolute shit. Like the worst. It's not even funny how bad it is. Logical address, region, page, node, physical location. If node dies, logical address, replica, different node that's closer to distributed storage system, distributed database, global address paging system, rather than ordinary MySQL. And yes, there are system software layers. Oh, of course there are. And then none of them are going to work. And they're all really expensive, or if they are expensive, they suck. Cockroach DB, TIDB, Google Spanner, Foundation DB. These systems don't simply make one giant RAM. They maintain a local distribution data model while physically spreading data. Well, that's exactly what I'm saying would be. It wouldn't just be one big RAM. It'd be like one big RAM, and you have to like partition it up and stuff. Your idea of logical address space, pages, regions, physical nodes. And then I tried to like set it up so like a computer would work as like a register, and then like it was so fucking slow, it wasn't even worth it. I won't even bother. tested like a whole bunch of shit and different ways to do things, and like splitting up a work or like treating the computers as one big computer is like way too slow. You gotta like transfer everything between them, and it defeats the whole purpose. It's kind of like threads or whatever. If you like break stuff up between multiple computers, it just ends up being the slowest speed between whatever they are. You gotta like keep the memory tight in one little place on the CPU, and then keep that memory hot by accessing it over and over and over. Keep it in the cache. Instead of building database distributed database storage file system, you could theoretically design an application your runtime, global data space, paging, placement storage. Then persistent paging, recovery are native parts of same runtime. When 18 exabytes is theoretical address range, you can map 18 exabytes logical space into 1 terabyte, blah blah blah. Only touch regions need physical backing. That's basically the key idea behind virtual address space. You'd be extending that concept from process running virtual memory towards global data space, distributed storage. Blah blah, much more interesting, blah blah blah. So like, So how useful would one giant 18 exabyte logical address space spread across transparently servers be if it was paged when not in RAM across several computers to act as one big data, so the computer that has the data can run the code execution on that machine? So like instead of like, oh, we got to send it all to one machine, the machine that has it's like, hey, I got it, I'm gonna run it here, and then it does what it does. Or could pick or fetch from another machine as needed, or a machine can be picked and then that would have to be sent over, marked, notify other layers of change and all that, and then Google could have one giant 18 exabyte blah 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 space. Spread transparently across servers, and if each one had another 18 exabyte space, and it was set up like that, then every single server they have could be joined and work as perfect system that whose private information advertising idiots could never make, even though that's literally what they need, but they hold their house down with duct tape and paper clips and bubblegum and crappy layers of software to fix other crappy layers. So it's very useful if designed correctly. Your idea distributed virtual address space. Local machine executes code, touches address X page, not local, fetch page from machine B, continue, execution, write, machine A modifies X, blah, blah, blah. It skipped over the part where I said, it literally skipped over it. So it said like, you skipped over blah blah, so like executes code, touches address X, page on local, send to machine as known, which is mapped to machine B, and then continue execution on whatever it's doing, because it's not on that machine, so machine B is going to run it. So it says, yes, your model was already that, blah blah blah. Node B executes against logical page X or stays on node. Key distinction, remote data is needed where schedule happened. So it says runtime can choose data local, execute here, data remote small, fetch it, data remote, computation large, dispatch, computation there exactly. Data hot, migrate, replicate page, data change, update, blah blah blah. So yes, find whichever server has and execute on that machine, send it, blah blah blah. So does Google even do this? So does Google currently implement a system that does this? And I mean exactly, do not lie to me, or kind of like, blah blah blah, don't lie to me, I mean exactly, and then data remote computation large dispatch computation there. So like instead of like sending it, or like instead of sending I need the data to compute it and getting it, it sends to that computer, you gotta compute this because this and this needs it, whatever. If I don't know, yeah. I think it's lying. Local execution of subplanes and servers that contain the data. What does that even mean? Orchestration and aggregation of multiple remote executions. Google also explicitly describes Spanner as code processor. What the fuck is Spanner? Routing requests to data location rather than a fixed server address, and then additional queries sent to servers containing remaining data splits. Data location known, send computation to data, execute their end result back. Google implements this. Google has data local computation for much larger than Spanner. Their MapReduce system is explicitly exploited data locally to reduce network overhead. Blah 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 blah. Or and scheduled processing across machines holding relevant data. Google, but one important, Google does not publicly describe Spanner as one giant 64-bit 18 exabyte virtual RAM address space. Spanner is a local distributed database, data split across ranges, splits distributions across servers, computation dispatched towards those splits, replicas plus consensus results aggregated. So your exact computation, yes it does this, no it doesn't. So this is like Spanner does not have a GUI where Google engineer clicks global space. Choose one giant allocation distributed across all computers, choose redundancy by region, configure physical placement manually, entire flat becomes one giant address space. Then it's a nothing like I was describing. So it's not the same thing. Spanner does have, that's not the same thing though. It says that's not the same as your proposed one global logical address space, arbitrary location page is distributed across machines, configurable redundancy per region, paging, transparent location mapping, computation sent to page owner. Spanner's model is more database tables, rows, yeah, fucking garbage. You don't expose individual physical machines as pieces of one giant address space. Your idea is closer to global storage space, region, page, owner node, replica nodes. Well, there's a bigger picture, but whatever. And then a control plane, an operator configure, space 18x byte, whatever logical. The internet needs a big update, and then there's no reason for BigTech detached from the whole thing. It'd be fucking awesome. So anyways, I am getting there. I gotta finish up this block scope parser. This stream's only 1 hour. That was a fast rant. I'm already done ranting, man. I thought that was like forever. Oh, I'm already tired. Get something done. So I pulled apart this entire thing. It's like in limbo, and then it runs, and then I'm just trying not to break anything. And nothing broke yet. Well, it did break several times, but now it's all working. So like, I had a grammar object or whatever for the languages, that the generic language, whatever, and then I'm gonna add support for Python, because I want to be able to like transpile Python to my engine, whatever. So I need to like be able to support it. So this is like the language or whatever that it's parsing for, and these are like the symbols in the language. And then the quality is really low because something's fucked up with the software, the streaming software, so I don't know, whatever. It's probably not very whatever. So I realize I need to pass in a repeat length for tokens. If I pass in a repeat length, then it'll be possible to match a token as a first whitespace character token. There's a bunch of tokens that represent whitespace, like space, tab. I think it's like a double space or wide space. I can put those like here on the left hand side, and that's like the first token, and I can like call a function. So I gotta add a function routine to the rules of the finite state machine, and I gotta add a repeat, or basically just an array, I guess. And then you can like use whatever you want in the array to pass around from last state. But then you can save the length of the last indentation and keep track of when the blocks go up and down in Python or whatever. And then I'll be able to like, and then this can parse basically any fucking language, including Python. C language, Python, JavaScript. All I gotta do is like set up the grammar table, and then I get like the JavaScript engine done. This is like the top layer or whatever to like fill out the API, and it's kind of like the Vulkan API. I'm actually really glad I like went through the whole, I'm still going through this process. I hate this API, it's absolute garbage. Why does it always open with Krita? Come on. Why? This PDF is clearly too large. Print document file is too big. Why is it opening Krita? I didn't even know you can edit print document files with Krita. Print document files are not printed out, they're like code and shit. Why did I open it with Krita on purpose? Dang it. I was thinking, why is it opening with Krita? And then I fucking clicked Krita. So like this API is terrible, except I have learned so much from it on like how to like structure things, and it's actually really useful. So I don't know, yeah, I hate this API. Except it's basically, since I like learned a bunch of shit from it, it's gonna be easier to get this stuff set up. For like the process of like setting up an API to like interact with and how to logically structure whatever. But then like all these languages, as long as they fit in this transpiler, or you could use this for like whatever you want, whatever. Except this would be like the top layer of all the engines, so it's gonna be public, so I might as well just post it when I'm done. But I'm gonna save out on a couple of things. I'm not gonna add them, but I'll add them back later, whatever. So if I add an array to pass the state of the last one, or pass indifferent, I should probably just like set stuff to a new frame. And then, no, it's stupid. The engine takes a frame, it holds a frame, and then if I pass in a new frame to set, it would have to like compare it between the two and pass out another frame. And then, I don't know, whatever. I gotta pass in arguments, so to like specify whatever state, kind of like Python, the length or like repeat of like a space character, whatever. And then it's like compute like if it is a repeat, and then like the rules based on what is a repeat and how far the tab indentation is, if it's like 2 spaces or like 4 spaces or like 2 spaces and a tab and then a space and like all that shit. That has to be handled like with a routine. So if I attach an array to pass in the length, and then I also add like a routine, like a function that can be called when it enters a state of whatever is in the finite state machine, I think that covers everything, whatever. So like this is like the grammar table, and then the data structure, and then I don't want to find it's gonna take too long. It's gonna take forever. I'm going to like scroll and scroll and scroll. So like wherever it's at, it makes a grammar table and it packs it to an object. I had code in that grammar object to take out and then put inside the handle, and I never did it, and then like it's just kind of there. So I had to like turn off a bunch of stuff and then turn all other stuff on, like move stuff around. So I finally got that all done. And then I don't know, I gotta like add an array, and then I gotta like update the state machine, and then I don't know. It's like in limbo, everything works, but it's ready to be like finished up or whatever. So now I have like a bunch of like separate pieces. I gotta like name them and then like connect them and stuff. So like fractal specification, I don't care how to spell them, that's close enough. So like, I'm gonna call like a fractal or like fraction or whatever. So like a frac object and then a spec object where it's like the spec used to decode the object that's passed in, the fraction or fractal, whatever. I have like another array called butter. And then I like break the arrays down to like a single array. So I have like all these multiple parts, whatever. So like the frame in the finite state machine, it needs to have multiple grammars, whatever, because C language shares relation with JavaScript with like the syntax and markup. Oh, on this computer. So like if else, except for not if defined, some of these are not, but like lots of this is like the same whatever. It's like the same rules. So like parentheses, curly braces, whatever, new line comments, all that stuff. Some of it's the same. So like I want to like keep this super generic, so you can like define several different modules for language, and then use it between modules or whatever. So there might be like a module connected to a module connected to a module, but each of them get their own little index here or whatever. So like different grammar units, if defined whatever, if they share common similarities and not even common, it's like the same exact structure. So like blocks, shared vocab, C processor, preprocessor specific, or like all languages, whatever. If this is like the butter array, because it like spreads like butter, whatever. I had to name it something, I don't even know, whatever, it doesn't matter. That's like C language, and then when it stacks, C language is going to use each of these indexes to pick exactly which syntax, markup, grammar block to select from at that stack level. And then JavaScript will do the same. So if like C language and JavaScript, they're both different languages, but they have the same functional units, everyone pretends like, oh, it's a different language. No, it's the same thing. And they all run off the same shitty engine. The, what's it called? They all run off the same compiler toolchain, LVM, and like there's like Clang, there's a couple other ones, but these are all like shit. Toolchains are absolutely terrible. They suck ass. They're really bad. But like they pretend like, oh, we have different languages and all this shit, but they don't. It's all the same thing. It's all just like a slight variation of the same syntax and the same machinery, the same stupid machinery that sucks ass underneath. It's all the same shit. People pretend it's not, but it is. So I'm trying to like make what's the same, and then represent it structurally. And then, I don't know. So like all these different chunks, they go to a butter index because it spreads like butter, or I don't even know, it doesn't matter. I had to name it something. I ran out of names, I don't care anymore. I'm naming things like bread and butter now. It's stupid. Yeah. But then when it stacks on the stack frame, it stores one number to pick which grouping of whatever. So when it stacks, it'll just grab 2, 1, 2, whatever it is that it's supposed to use for that stack, for that frame, whatever, based on what the stack is at. And then just grabs that one like little chunk and it spreads it like butter, the stack, so you can just like fucking grab it, little chunk of butter, whatever. And then it's this big like complex, whatever, going on. So I don't know, whatever. So like this butter array is what I gotta set up. I gotta get stuff shuffled around and then into like this like new butter array, because I have an array right now but it defaults, but I need to actually make it dynamic now, and I gotta like include a type and a type, or like a grammar library and a grammar library, so I can like define it for whatever language and then like include it at the beginning and say like this is actually to this object, and have like link the whole thing together and make all like the different parts, whatever. So that's what I gotta like do now. So I'm like, get started somewhere, I don't know where I'm at, I'm somewhere on this. And then, yeah. And when this parser is done, it's done. And then the JavaScript engine, I still gotta finish converting to 64-bit. But, I'm gonna be able to use this for the JavaScript engine, the parser, whatever. So when I get to the JavaScript engine, I don't know, this game engine and then the shader program and then the JavaScript engine, they're all like the same thing. I'm trying to work on the JavaScript engine, but then work on all the other things at the same time. So this way I satisfy all those at once or whatever. So when I get back to JavaScript, I gotta just finish converting to 64-bit. And then I'll have this set up, and then I just gotta like set up a data structure. this whole like group thing where it's like monopolies working together and like shitty monopolies and stuff. That has to go. So like I don't know, whatever. Break that stuff up. Well, that'll happen naturally. Because monopolies don't last forever. New ones form. Some fall apart, some break, some don't. And some monopolies are like, they're just ready to be broken up, they're just waiting. And there's lots of companies that just want out because they're like, shit, we're fucked. We want out of this. I'm pretty sure like Jensen or whatever the fuck, NVIDIA, whatever his name is, I'm pretty sure he wants out. He's been working since 1993 on NVIDIA. He bought 3DFX. They used 3DFX chips for their NVIDIA cards because they couldn't just like make better video cards. They had to like buy 3DFX. So I don't know, whatever. Definitely not for the group. Whatever the group is. Fucking idiots. So for like the JavaScript engine, I'm gonna have this compiler and stuff now, and then all I gotta do is like finish setting up an API for JonsScript, and then I also gotta like support the ECMA 262 for JavaScript. So I don't know, it all connects, whatever, it's all the same thing basically. So I like figure out where I left off at and then finish stuff up. Any more caffeine? I don't have any. It's too early, everything's closed. Oh, sucks, man. and then the C program. I've not checked this in a while. It still builds, okay. I need to separate the parser from the C program, the game engine, whatever. I like stuck everything in the same JavaScript file because I want to use the debugging and stuff, and some other stuff I had set up. So now I gotta like that's after though. Oh, I'm fucking tired. I have everything set up. The faster I get done, the faster I get done. And nobody lives forever. So I'm gonna get the most done as I can. Just get this shit done. Or I could like waste twice the time getting it done, and then it'll be like freaking like years later, or like twice as long. So I'm gonna get as much done as possible. I don't know, whatever. Yeah. I'm fucking tired. Here we go. Yeah, no, I'm fucking tired. I'm out of caffeine. I'm gonna pretend to hype myself up. Yeah. It's really, really loud fucking music. Really, is audio already broken? These companies, they make way too much money to give us stuff that does not work. They make so much money. They make so much fucking money, and this stuff does not work. It does not fucking work. They make too much money to be giving us stuff that does not work. We're paying way too much money for shit that does not fundamentally work. It's fucking ridiculous. Oh my god. I'm just gonna like listen to music, turn off whatever sound routing, and get something done. I'm not gonna fucking restart again. Fuck. test. This audio is messed up, whatever. It's like the handle has like these for the file, whatever. File position, value, length. And then I need to name the object that has all these things, whatever. So I'm just calling it a crux because it's the crux of the issue. It doesn't matter, it's just a name. So I'm like tired of naming things and calling something like syntax, grammar, or like category, or like too generic. So I went with like loaf instead. So like loaf count, loaf biff, loaf key to index, loaf bread, whatever. And then bread is like the different like chunks of language syntax that's parsed or whatever. And then inside each chunk, it breaks down to like all these different parts. But then the butter array like picks a thing from this cluster, whatever. And then the stack is only one value. Otherwise, I would have to pass in like a whole bunch of values. It's like the grammar object to make a new grammar for language, whatever, to parse it was this, and then inside of here was this blob, and then I like I made like a out container, and then I was being lazy. I didn't like restructure it, so I like the same container used at different places, and then it was really confusing, really fucking confusing. Yeah. So now it's like separated, and then I return just this or whatever. So it's like a single fucking object. So I gotta pass this into the handle, which it is. So it's like the grammar name, the func object, the JavaScript object that's passed in, and then the length, and then are these two. Oh, the slate. It's like the thing that's gonna hold the table for the grammar to find, to pass into the find state machine. That's these two. So this is passed in, and I gotta like assign this to like this data structure. Except there's different kinds of bread in the loaf bread category, array, whatever you want to call it. There's like JavaScript, C language, Python, whatever language that's like in the array. So like the name of the language, C, JavaScript, whatever it is, inside the grammar thing object. the streaming software had an update, and it's a really big update. They broke everything. My shortcuts do not work. F13 is like reserved or something. I don't even know. I'm not gonna spend my time trying to find a new shortcut. It's not gonna work. To like turn the mic on off, I'm not gonna do it right now. It's a waste of time. So like the grammar, you give it a name, whatever the grammar is. So like JavaScript C language, whatever, Python, blah blah blah. And then you define the tokens for the grammar. So the name of the grammar is passed in. Here or whatever, and then it's like the whole object, which is what that was. It's like the name and then the object or whatever. And then the length of it, and then this is the slate, the output that it makes from it to find the tokens. So the name of the fucking grammar or whatever has to be passed into the handle. And the handle is gonna be like set up to like, I don't know, I changed how I set it up the first time. I think the handle is going to be like, if you have to open a C file, you run the C handle and then you grab the handle and pass file into it. And so it's not really a handle. It's like an entry point for that kind of file, whatever. And then if you free the handle or like release it, then I have to set up a loop, and then I can like free the slate or like the little chunks of memory that were expanded from the grammar or whatever. And then the grammar's like separate. At first I was gonna like merge the grammar objects, except that's a mess. And then if like it's deleted, it fucks it up. It doesn't, but it removes references to other things, or potentially, or has stale references to like different stuff. So I want to make the stupid like JavaScript object pass in. I like make it support destroying the thing or like just losing the reference, and then have its own internal state separate from that or whatever. It's like the name for each kind of bread or whatever. Bread is like a really stupid metaphor. It's really dumb. And then butter, like what the fuck? That's like all separated, partitioned onto like separate pieces inside whatever, yeah. Except now everything's separated, and then I updated some other stuff too, and then I've been looking up assembly and research and development or whatever. So I got some stuff done, not very much. I've been like, I don't know, whatever. I did get a lot done, but not really. Just like backtracking so I can make forward progress. So this single clump, this one clump, I can delete everything above it now, I think, technically, but there's stuff in here I need, because it's tagged with a stupid, like, token, or whatever. So I, like, clean up the code, maybe I should do that first. But then some stuff has to go back into the code, into the same spot the other stuff was, and if I take it out, then I don't know where to put it. I gotta find where to put it. So it's in limbo, and then yeah, this is not fun. So I'm gonna leave that stuff. So I like tagged the 2 points. I need to tag this spot too. So now it's a single object and yada yada. Not really though, where you have like, there's like a length here, and that's pointless length. But it's not pointless because I'm accessing it in two places, and the later place expects it to be an array, so it's an array, just because it has to be in one for later. So I'm not gonna like carefully separate that from this so it doesn't break, and I can get rid of this array and then pass in like a single object, because this is really annoying. It was so annoying to like separate the code out because it kept breaking, and then I can like pass in like one object without all the other shit. But until then I gotta like pass in with extra like wrapping and structuring, because that's how it was, and it needs to be this way to like survive all the various stupid steps to get it into the stupid handle. Oh man, it sucks. If I had like a reference or some other language to look at or some other setup, that would have saved so much time, but nobody else has done something like this. And then it's JavaScript, and it's like, well, duh, because it's JavaScript. So I'm going to convert this to assembly after, and then, I don't know, yeah. I'll be able to like benchmark it, this whole reason I'm doing this. And I can like test SAMD and AVX 512, I think, or whatever it is, and then a bunch of like other shit on the CPU that's not used, nobody uses it, but it's all there, the cores and everything. Saying like, because like a parser is a good way to test different like routines and how things are like executed code wise. There's like a bunch of like different little parts of it that you can test, and then it does useful work instead of like testing like some random ass test data, and that means nothing, and then it's like, well, it ran this random data. This way it's like actual work, and then see how fast or what's, I don't know, yeah. And then when I get an assembly, then it's like a real language, but better than a language, because there is no language, it's in machine code. So I gotta get this into their handle, whatever, and just get this done, whatever. Bread and butter and stupid names, yeah. So I'm gonna save another backup and then shut up and just get something done, because I have so much shit to get done. I'm tired, I'm so tired, I'm gonna be done. The faster I'm done, the faster I'm done. I gotta save another backup, come on. I just gotta like move everything into here and get rid of this. I think this is like everywhere. There's only 33, okay, it's not that bad. So I gotta make a wrapper calls and then not access it directly because there's operations that have to happen as it accesses it based off the state of other things and shit. So I need like a wrapper call. I kind of have that figured out. So I gotta do this and stop talking and just do it because I'm stalling and then get it done. And then yeah, I'm tired of this. And when it's done, it's done. And then if I put Google, if I put Microsoft, if I put whatever company out of business, whatever big tech company that I don't like or that doesn't play fair, when they're done, they're done. When they're out of business, they're out of business. Like, the government can't back Google or Microsoft if they're out of business. And if I can, like, make a better product and then everyone switches or they don't use their shit, then they'll end up out of business. Like, anything that's done, that's what done means, is done. So I gotta get this done. Freaking almost done. I'm so tired of backtracking. So I gotta get like the new object layout into the handle. And I'm not sure where that's at because the notes are all over the place, just wherever I was working on. So I gotta shut up and get this done. And then every new place I started making new notes, I like changed what I needed because I checked the stuff around it. I'm like, oh yeah, this here, over here, that goes over there. Then yeah. And then there's stuff I'm gonna leave out that I want to put in. They gotta leave out because it'll take too long to set up. So now I gotta make decisions and get done. And that sucks because no decision is a good one. Because there's always a better one. And then, yeah. And then it's better till it's not, and you gotta backtrack. I'm tired of backtracking. So I gotta like make the decisions that will like make it possible to add to what I have without modifying what is. So yeah, I have a couple ways to do that now, and then I kind of explained earlier, like I pass in an array for like the length of repeat characters, but then it's an array, so I can pass in other data too. So if I need to pass in more than just the length of repeat characters, I can pass in other stuff and pack it in the data. So now I'm trying to like structure it in a way that I can add to it without physically changing its layout, if that makes sense. It's getting really complicated. Yeah. So I'm gonna move whatever into here, into the handle, and get done. The last time. This is it. This is the last time doing this, and then it's done. It's good. Freaking, then I can get to JavaScript, get game engine done, get the stupid parser done. Just freaking get done. I'm tired of this. I gotta make like a diagram or something. Oh, there's like so many extra parts now. This is so annoying. I have a spec index, so I expand the object and then I pick the spec to use. So each specification, whatever, is going to expand it to like a different structure, and then I need the calls to access this specification. And then I want to use the same specification across different grammars. So it's the same specification, same data structure, just different variation of carrying out the specification. Kind of like the Vulkan API, whatever. But not exactly. Basically, like any API wrapper, or like Wayland. Wayland has wrappers and stuff for like they're trying to like replace X11, but it's fucking lame. It's like a trick to get people to like make a rendering engine and then put it in Wayland, and people will be like, hey, look, let's use this rendering engine. But nobody fell for the trick, and everyone just uses X11 as like the Wayland renderer. Otherwise, you gotta like use like Vulkan to render Wayland, and nobody's gonna set this up. This is absolute shit, but it's not. It's actually very clever. So it's just like this shit. I don't know. It's not the same exact thing, but it's kind of the same. And then I'm gonna like expand upon this when I get to operating system, whatever, and I can like modify this, whatever, and then make it suit my needs or whatever. It's just like a means to an end. So like the Vulkan API, the graphics card company, they needed an API because no one's gonna make it, and they're like, shit, nobody wants to support all of our GPUs. Let's make one ourselves. And they did it. And then it's means to an end. So I need to like get an operating system done, and then get an operating system done, and then, well, to get it done, it has to get done. I need a bunch of shit set up beforehand, and a way to migrate, and I gotta be able to like support languages, and then I also have to like make programs as like test cases and then run them, and then I don't know, whatever. So whatever gets me done, gets me done. And then that APIs actually was useful with like figuring out how to like structure stuff. So I want to keep this spec separate from whatever, and then it has to be the same, and then I can repurpose it for other things, and then yeah. So when I make the spec, I'm calling a function and I'm passing in the enumeration or whatever, and then I pass back out the enum to assign, and that's the index for the spec, and then I can put this in a global array. I think that's here or whatever, or somewhere up here. Somewhere I have a global array, and then I'm holding the spec index, and I have like, has this specification been enrolled, and then what number it is. Oh, so freaking damn it. I forgot about this part. And I got like, from func object, new expand function. This is a function to call to get the slab array from the func object. The grammar is passed in. So this is like the func object because it's a funky object, and then I pass in an array of 2 levels of arrays, conditional grouping, and then the move grouping, and then it's the keys that always have to be a string, and then the edge data blob or whatever that has like the path to pick for the next finite state machine step based on the tokens that are found. So I need a validation first, I guess. I need to make that so I can validate that what was passed in matches what the spec expected, and then I call the spec for that spec index, because there's multiple spec indexes for the same data, and then kind of like, yeah. So I like validate that it matches what the spec index requires it to be set up as, so it can make the slab from the 3D blob, not 3D blob, just the data structure, the object. So I want to pass this in and then use it inside the routine and then set the thing to null. And then it's like released, and then it's like a generic structure, whatever, passed in. It makes a deep copy of it, and then it releases it, but technically it's going to hold a couple things, because there's no point in like doing a deep copy of every single thing, because internally it'll keep track of that. And then once it's passed, yeah, maybe I probably should do a deep copy, but if I do that, then I break all the links to other stuff, so I don't even know. Yeah, it's great. So I planned all these parts separate in different parts of the code, so I gotta like put it all together now. Because each part in that spot of the code, I'm like, oh, this needs to be here, this needs this to translate this to this goes over here. I didn't put it all together yet in one chunk, just like, yeah, going up and down, and like, oh, this goes over here. So I got like, so if this is like the file, whatever, like in whatever, like the call over has to be passed into, if this is that, whatever. If this is like the top of the file where like I define the spec index stuff, and then like the object that uses the spec index when it expands the handle, that's like here. I gotta like, I gotta compare, check, and just freaking, man, I hate this shit. Damn it. Yeah. It's really not possible to like write a program like this. the only way to write it in like a line where it's like all like compact together in one spot is, yeah. And then it's also because it's already spread apart, so I don't know, whatever. And then I couldn't find another example of something that does this. If I could have like copied it or like used it as reference to set up. That would have saved me time, and then it would have been more linear or whatever, because I'd know in advance all the parts. Except right now it's like separated and freaking like in limbo. I got like, yeah. Oh, this is freaking annoying. So like, it makes a slab, and that's like the flat data to pass into the compute stage or whatever. And then this call gets the length of the slab. So this is like a generic, meaning generic. So it's not tied to the language, but it has to be the same thing for all the languages or everything passed in to the table to parse it, because they're all the same thing. So there's no reason to pretend they're not. They're just the same fucking shit, and the same like ML, VL, or whatever the fuck it is. Compiler, garbage, open source shit. It's not even open source. It's like monopoly money put together, pretending it's open source. Fucking like fake ass tool chain, garbage, C assembler. Clang is absolute garbage. It's a shit assembler, so bad. Compiler, not assembler. It's compiler. It's garbage. Garbage. So like, if it wasn't garbage, then it wouldn't be so shitty and slow and not very efficient. So like, the fact that it's slow, shitty, not efficient, it's garbage. It's not even like, it is what it is. It speaks for itself. So like, the spec index functions are not even tied to the data. They're like separate, but it has to get like the top length of the slab and it has to make the slab. So it's kind of like the code segment in a program where it's running the code separate from the data. But I don't want to call it code because that'd be weird and confusing, because I gotta move this over to assembly. And if I call it code segment or something and I'm in assembly, it's gonna make it even more confusing for when I actually define things that are for the code segment or the data segment. Because I'm not trying to like make a virtual machine in the machine. I'm trying to like make a program that runs on the fucking machine, if that makes sense. So I'm trying to like get every little piece of like performance of the CPU, not in JavaScript. When I go to assembly, you can't do that in JavaScript. This stuff is retarded. This stuff is garbage. JavaScript is like the worst. It's terrible. So this gets the top length of whatever the slab is, not the length of the stack, but the slab itself. And then this one steps the finite state machine, the conditional move object of whatever the top thing is on the stack gets passed in. So I'm calling the object that holds this stuff, but not this. This is separate. But inside the object, I'm calling it like the crux object because it's the crux of the issue because it's freaking annoying. And it's like all these like freaking pieces. I was gonna call it knot, like K-N-O-T, like a knot, like a blob, like a entanglement, a knot or whatever. Except that has the word knot inside of it, and that's confusing to read. Because when you do like all caps, it's it's hard to read. So I'm gonna do like crux or whatever. Oh, I hate everything. This is so stupid. So like the crux is what I was gonna name the calls that call the spec index, because I don't want to call the thing the spec index that I'm calling with the spec index, because it's the thing that holds it that's making use of it, but is not directly that thing in relation. It's only related, but it's not that specific thing. It's part of the thing, but it's not the thing. So I want to refactor these or rename these, or just wrap these away inside of the other one, I guess. And I defined lots of stuff, so most of this is already done. I need to add more defines too, yay. Oh man, I want to be done. Yeah, this is so much freaking, yeah. So this thing is supposed to be a spec item, and then I don't have the spec item defined anywhere. So I think that means it's just like a generic object, I guess. It's just this. So the spec functions are separate from the whatever, so I separate them. So this was spec item, but now it's not. Now it's just Q. Because I'm tired of naming things bread and butter. It's stupid. Freaking bread, butter. Yeah, it's dumb. So I use the word Q for like a queue. So like it's Q use or Q array. And then Q use is the current one that's being populated. And then it rotates and populates different ones on the queue or stack or whatever. And it's like complete one at a time. Unless I want to set up like a separate stack of a stack, I'm not doing that. So this is that, and this is a butter array. So it can like figure out which butter array that it was assigned to, because it flattens it to a single index for the stack. I'm tired of this. This is stupid. Why did I do this? This is so complicated. Oh, the switch uses a spec index, and it's hard coded right now. So it's gonna pick this spec index every time. And the spec index is generic. It can be C language, JavaScript, just as long as like it's like a grammar layout, it'll do the same thing for all of them. So I have everything defined except where to hold the junk or func object or whatever. I removed the spec from the func object to separate it. I got Q here. Maps back to the butter array, or flattens it. So it spreads it out across a flat array like butter. Yeah. So the butter array gets assigned QDS, and then, oh wait, this is RDS, this is spec array. There's the func object. So this is technically above there. So I should make this inside the switch and then make it easier to read, instead of like make all these separate parts and then assign them or whatever. I'll worry about making it assembly after. Planning ahead never works anyways. Sometimes, but freaking never. So if I make like RFS for like F segment, whatever. And if I like assign register F segment, it's like, I think threads for Windows F segment, it doesn't really mean a file, it's just F. So if I assign that, then now this is assigned to bread, which means that FS is So then this thing is the loaf item. Yes, okay. I don't think that makes sense. Loaf bread or loaf bread and then loaf item. I guess like it's like bread's a category and then it's an item of bread. Yeah. It doesn't need to make sense. It just needs a name. So this isn't a spec item, it's like an item that's going to be spec item process, whatever, and then RFS here. So is at the spec specified to place it at for that spec to run it? Yeah. So this is the loaf item of the bread thing. God, this does not end. assigned to the bread array. In the bread array, it's the bread array. It's what is it? Key to integer. Yeah. I should rename this to like int from key. Or like int or index to object. Or I2, freaking what I call it. Oh my god, I just want to be done. I'm tired of this. Loaf item or whatever. So I2 loaf item. Is $sign valid in JavaScript? Is that something I want to risk? So that way loaf count is the count of how many that are inside the loaf array of loaf items, and then loaf bitfield array is the status of these, and then loaf key to $sign is the $sign, the index, whatever, that is inside of this loaf, which is loaf item. Yeah. So then C language, if you pass in a language or a grammar of C language, then that C language string name gets saved to this array. I think all the parts will connect now. Have you ever like thought of something that'd be like really simple, like, oh, that'd be cool if that exists, and you think, oh, it must exist. Someone's probably doing it somewhere, and then they aren't, and it doesn't, because people actually lack the ability to do it. Because if they could, they would, and they don't do it because they can't. Otherwise, they'd be fucking doing it. So a thing that you think of doesn't really exist, so you gotta make it, because the world is full of idiots that run things. So many idiots. So like, this is like, if it was C language, whatever. If I were to split up into like blocks, shared vocab, and then C preprocessor specific, and then like all languages, whatever. So like 4 separate grammars, whatever. You would think this exists. I don't think it does. Oz chatbot. I haven't found it anywhere. If it did exist, it would have saved me a ton of time, because I could have looked at whatever exists and then just based my idea around that. It takes so much work to just come up with something and make it. It's not even funny. It's like so much fucking work. And then it takes like no work to like just take open source stuff and then be a big tech company and be like, hey, we made Google Chrome. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? We made Chrome. It's like, no, you just took everyone's shit. The whole like abuse open source is fucking, it's not fair. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. It defeats the whole point of open source. It's not fair. Like, and then like fucking NVIDIA, Google, oh, we promote open source. Of course you do. You benefit, not the people doing it. They don't get paid shit. And I'm pretty sure they like to, except on the current platform. Like Google, you can't buy fonts, but you can get fonts for free, but you can't buy them. So Google intentionally opens a store, but video games, you can buy video games, but you can't buy fonts. Wonder why. Yeah, Google doesn't play fair. They need to be shut down. Well, if they can't play fair, I guess I'll find out when I get done if they're gonna play fair or not. I don't think they'll play fair. when people say module and it's not modular, it's like, the fuck, this is not modular. Why would you call it module if it's not modular? Like C++. Text to speech is not working.
Define modular.
Oh wait, no, there it goes. I really wish the shortcuts worked. I'm tired of clicking this button on the stupid mic. This is so stupid.
Modular means made up of separate, independent parts, modules, that can be combined, replaced, or rearranged to form a complete system, depending on the context. C++ has modules. ChatGPT said, yes, modern C++ has modules, introduced in C++ 20 as a language feature. They provide an alternative to the traditional include header system. So in what way do they match the definition of module if a module exists inside another module, and they can overlap, and one does not know, because they would assume they are modular as engineering technology, a system designed with interchangeable components. Example, a modular computer allows you to upgrade individual parts, if the parts collide, depending on the library. It's just a wrapper and a lie to people who have to figure out it's the same classical garbage as what we originally had with headers and it's not modular. You're pointing at an important distinction. The everyday meaning of modular is stronger than what C++ modules guarantee. The English definition suggests something like Lego bricks, self-contained, interchangeable, independently replaceable, minimal coupling. A C++ module does not promise all of those things. The name refers to a more limited property.
C++ is a lie, and I hate C++. I don't know how people use C++. It's like, just, yeah. It'd be easier to go to C. I don't know. Not really. C sucks too. It all sucks. It's all the same thing.
This causes problems. Repeated parsing, macro pollution, include order bugs, ODR, one definition rule, headaches. Modules eliminate the textual inclusion.
there's like so many other steps I could add. So I'm gonna assume it's like immutable, whatever.
If I have a grammar object for a recursive decent parser, and then I expand the objects, do a deep copy of the map to a new object, but then have a reference to the objects that the objects hold, only map out the keys to find. Then I traverse the original object as like a look-aside map out to the internal map out of the real thing, and if it's treated as immutable, and then if I have a grammar object that has another grammar object, and they can hold each other. But that break the recursion when expanding, it breaks where the expanded stack is that modular because it does not suffer from the problems like double includes and overlapping dependencies. What you're describing sounds less like modules in the C++ language sense and more like a graph of immutable objects with separate ownership and references. Whether it's modular depends on what property you're asking about. From what I understand, you have something like this. A grammar owns a map of grammar rules. When you expand a grammar, you create a new grammar object with a deep copy of the map structure. The entries don't necessarily own all the underlying objects. Instead, they keep references, or IDs keys, that are resolved against the original grammar. The original grammar is treated as immutable, acting as a lookup table, look-aside map. Grammars may refer to other grammars, including mutual references, but expansion stops at some boundary instead of recursively copying forever. That's actually a fairly common architecture. It's similar in spirit to immutable abstract syntax trees, symbol tables, persistent data structures, and turning flyweight designs.
Yeah, it's in spirit, but in action, in how it's programmed and how it runs, it's not in spirit. It's literally not the same thing. Because in spirit, these things would do that too, but they can't because they're not designed that way. Because people use names to name things that don't really mean what they mean. Just like how people say they're not going to do something and they do it. Because they're like warning you, this is exactly what I'm going to do. And they say, I'm not ever going to blah, blah, blah. And then when they do it, they're like, well, I told you I was going to do it. Oh man, those people are the worst. Luckily, I just like say what I'm going to do and I do it. That's like so annoying when people do that.
Is it modular? In the software engineering sense, I'd say it has some modular properties. Clear ownership. Each grammar owns its own copied map, shared immutable state. References into the original grammar are safe because nothing mutates. No textual inclusion. You're referencing existing objects instead of duplicating them. Dependencies are explicit. A grammar only depends on another grammar by a reference, not by copying all of its contents. Those are all characteristics of a modular design. What prevents infinite recursion? The interesting part is this: grammars can hold each other. That means your dependency graph isn't a tree. For example, grammar A rule, grammar B rule, grammar A. If expansion means copy everything reachable, you'll recurse forever. If instead expansion means define modular chat, expand A, copy A's map, references to B stay references, then you've effectively turned the structure into a graph rather than a recursively copied tree. That's a perfectly reasonable design. Is it like avoiding include problems? There is a similarity.
Man, I wonder what the similarity is. And like, maybe that's, yeah, I don't know, whatever. It's like you can do so much shit with like a pure concept, and it's like it just works. It's not like bullshit where it's like, oh, we used a word to describe this thing that it doesn't really do, and then it doesn't do it. And then they call it modern. It's like, hey, it's modern bullshit. And then it leaves everyone like dealing with like having to like fucking figure it out. Like, this isn't really modular. That doesn't mean anything. What a waste of people's time. Oh, I C++, man.
Headers tend to work by copying, or includes B includes C. Everything gets textually expanded. Your design sounds more like, B, where, is a reference, not a copy. That avoids many duplication problems because there is a single canonical object. The remaining question is coupling. Even though you avoid duplication, you can still have coupling. Suppose if changing grammar B changes the meaning of grammar A, then A is still coupled to B. If B is immutable after construction, that's much easier to reason about, but the dependency still exists.
What? What chatbot can't do is expand really nested or complicated expressions, or like make what's it called? I gotta mute the mic because I'm playing the radio. My freaking Twitch will pick it up and like flag it. Oh, whatever the fuck it's called. Freaking no stack frame. What's that called? When it runs, there's no stack frame. Tail call recursion, that, or proper tail call recursion, whatever it is, where there's a no stack for the function frame. Chatbot can't do that either. It just makes a table and it just won't
What? A equals non-obj, B, non-obj, C, B equals C, non-obj, A, non-obj, C equals A, B. Show me how this is possible, or give an example if not in there, of this being true. If changing grammar B changes the meaning of grammar A, then A is still coupled to B. They are immutable, and of an object can hold itself, but it is itself, so it does not expand when it holds itself, and they are not mutated after. You dumb F-chat but GPT model, Sam Altman, is a thieving liar. This is not an AI, not even close. He makes so much. Not really. OpenAI is losing money, even at $200 fees and shit. Makes not sense. He stole public information, made an AI. It does not work. And, no, it does make sense. That's why he isn't making money.
I literally got rid of the end of it. Safety reasons. What?
What? A equals non-obj, B, non-obj. Show me how this is possible, or give an example if not in there, of this being true. If change.
I literally just deleted this. How does it keep coming back? What the fuck?
They are immutable, and of an object can hold itself, but it is itself, so it does not expand when it holds itself, and they are not mutated after. The key issue is what coupling means. Immutability and cyclic references are different concepts, given your notation. Assume A, B, and C are immutable after construction. They may contain references to one another. A reference is just a pointer, not a copy. An object referencing itself does not recursively expand forever. Then yes, this graph is perfectly valid. There is no infinite expansion because every edge is just a reference. Case 1. B is replaced after A exists. Suppose meaning A equals F, B2. In this case, A is not coupled to future versions of B. Then there ends up being different variations, and things can be refreshed to the newer state on change. Meaning, A equals F, B2. In this case, A is not coupled to future versions of B. U describes the process of change. When changing, of course change will occur, and I said they were immutable, NVM. Literally wrong so many times. I think the disagreement comes from using the word coupling to refer to two different things. It's not a disagreement, you are wrong. Is there a parser that does this? But exactly that. If it is like that, then no, as in not like that. So languages can be defined generically, then like included into others to form the grammar of a FSM. So multiple languages can be defined using the same structures, kind of like headers in C language but with objects and states of a FSM. I don't know of a parser framework that is exactly what you're describing. There are several ideas that are individually common, but the combination you're describing is unusual. What I think you're describing is something like this. A grammar is an immutable object graph. Grammars can contain references to other grammars. References may be cyclic. When you expand a grammar, you don't recursively clone everything forever. Instead, you create a second graph, a projection or expansion, that contains only the structure you need. During expansion, you maintain a lookup table. Original object, expanded object. If expansion encounters an object already in the table, it reuses the expanded version instead of descending again. Parsing operates against the original immutable grammar while consulting the expansion as an auxiliary look-aside structure. That is a graph transformation with memoization, not a tree expansion. The closest things I know of are peg parsers, memoize parse results, not grammar expansion. Parser combinators. Grammars are immutable values and can be composed, but they usually don't build a separate expansion graph. Attribute grammars maintain extra structures over the grammar, but not in the way you're describing. Recursive descent parsers with forward declarations allow cycles, but don't generally create this parallel map graph. Compiler IR systems, LLVM MLIR, Roslyn, etc., use immutable graphs with side tables, but for syntax IR rather than grammar composition. None of those are exactly that. The idea of using a map to stop recursive expansion is standard graph copying. For example, copying copy A if A in map, return map A equals new A, map A equals A for child in A children add copy child return A. The important point is that you insert A into the map before copying the children. That's what breaks the recursion. That algorithm is well known. What seems different in your proposal is that the copied graph is not intended to replace the original. Instead, it is a structural projection or index over the original immutable graph. That is much less common.
I was gonna call like projection, like narcissism, or like other cluster, whatever, where people like make like a snapshot of someone and then like they're like, oh, this is how this person is. That's how they always are. It's how I imagine them to be when I made the snapshot of this person in my mind. The internal object, whatever. So then like the internal object is a snapshot of the external object, and then the internal object is used to navigate the known external object. But if it changes, then you like update the internal object to like reflect that. And then some people can't do that. They're like, this is the internal object where it exists. It's not external. Yeah. But I went with like bread and butter, and I didn't go like naming things after like psychological whatever classification shit. I call it like loaf, bread, butter, plates, not plates, platter, and then like, yeah.
So this is like cluster B personalities, or is it not all of them? Is it only narcissism, where one makes a snapshot of an external object, then only interact with or think of the internal original snapshot until things change, or the, what's it called? False fantasy, they project. When it's realized the other person knows, and then it like falls apart, and they realize the external object is not an internal object. But then they like try to get the external object to match the original snapshot internal object that they originally took a couple year ago. Man, leak yay, geez. What seems different in your proposal is that the copied graph is not intended to replace the original. Instead, it is a structural projection or index over the original immutable graph. That is much less common. This is kind of like that process in psychology. Is ADHD cluster B, and then like autism, and then psychopaths is like any neurodivergent, literally the same thing, just no gonna go with the flow if society fucks with them, so they are categorized. You're drawing an interesting analogy between an immutable internal model of something and how people can form mental representations of other people, but the analogy only goes so far. The mechanisms are very different. The grammar example is a deliberate engineering technique. The grammar example is a deliberate engineering technique. You create a representation. You know it is a representation. You keep the original and the representation separate. You can compare, update, or discard the representation intentionally. Human perception and relationships are messier. Everyone forms internal models of other people. We do not interact with raw external reality directly. We constantly predict, interpret, and update based on experience. No. You keep the original and the representation separate. In JavaScript, the engine is shit. It can crash, it can break, the data can be lost, or garbage collected, then it can hang. The same exact things as messier. Everyone forms internal models of other people. We do not interact with raw external reality directly. We constantly predict, interpret, and update based on experience, and no, not everyone does that. Everyone forms internal models of other people. Well, everyone does do that, but to the extreme of thinking that the external object is an extension of themselves is not what everyone does. This is what causes ego deaths. Update based on experience, correct? When some people can't cope with not being able to fool another person, then they say that they just avoid their feeling or some dumb shit, and they push it down. Well, that is what they literally are doing. What a way to live, lol. I see the connection you're making. You're comparing a stale internal representation with a person treating their internal representation of someone else as if it were the actual external person. For example, borderline personality disorder is often associated with intense emotions, fear of abandonment, and unstable self-other perceptions. Narcissistic personality disorder can involve grandiosity, vulnerability to shame, and difficulties with empathy or self-esteem regulation. Antisocial personality disorder involves patterns related to disregard for others' rights and social rules. They are not all the same process. And antisocial personality disorder involves patterns related to disregard for others' rights and social rules, is the same thing as psychopathabit. Antisocial personality disorder sounds better and depends on diagnosis, like how ADHD and ADD are the same, then all ADD are ADHD now, because there is no difference. How do you not describe cluster B, but only list what is or not, without defining it in general? You're pointing at a real issue. Diagnostic labels, everyday terms, and research terms do not always line up one-to-one. Psychopath versus antisocial personality disorder. They overlap, but they are not the same thing.
So, like a Venn diagram, so like, that's the same thing. So like C language is not JavaScript, but they're both languages, okay.
Many people described as psychopathic meet criteria for ASPD, but not everyone with ASPD would be considered psychopathic. ASPD is broader. ADHD and ADD. Your example is a good example of how terminology changes. ADD was historically used for what is now generally called ADHD, particularly presentations without obvious hyperactivity. Modern diagnostic systems use ADHD as the umbrella diagnosis with different presentations. What is cluster B in general? Cluster B is not a diagnosis by itself. It is a grouping of personality disorder diagnoses that historically share certain broad features.
understand how they like pick a name and then fit a person to a diagnosis that they're all the freaking same thing. They all end with D, disorder. Why is it called cluster B if they end with disorder? It should be cluster D. Is there a cluster A? I need to get something done. Oh, freaking ADHD ends with disorder. Damn it. How is that not the same thing? Is autism the only one that's not disordered?
What even is cluster B? They all end with a D for disorder. Autism is the only one that does not end with disorder. And it ends with disorder. What's his cluster A? Is there a cluster D?
Man, it's exactly like the finite state machine.
Cluster B is a classification group for certain personality disorders. The B is not part of the disorder name, it is just the name of the group.
It's just the name of like the conditional grouping and then the group it goes inside of. Yeah. It's like the same exact thing. So everybody fits in a slot in the whatever medical dictionary or whatever, or like guidelines and rules. Everything's the same thing.
The D you are noticing is because many diagnoses end in disorder as a general term. For example, ADHD equals attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. ASD equals autism spectrum disorder. NPD equals narcissistic personality disorder. But cluster B is not cluster B disorder. It is a grouping of personality disorders. Cluster A, odd or eccentric personality disorders. Cluster B, dramatic, emotional, or erratic personality disorders. Cluster C, anxious or fearful personality disorders.
How does avoidant personality fit with obsessive compulsive? B, that's what? Obsessive compulsive is not avoidant. That's like the opposite. They like do the same thing over and over and over, or they try to avoid. So this is stupid. This is dumb. Yeah. So like avoidant, dependent, or obsessive compulsive personality. There's no aggressive. There's avoidant, dependent, obsessive. Where's aggressive? Like avoid, like offense. This doesn't seem like a very like logical list. How is there no cluster D? They all end with disorder. How is there no D? That'd be like the most obvious is cluster D for like disorder. This classification is stupid. The letter means nothing. With the grouping, damn. These people should be, whoever did this should have been a programmer. They should have like designed OBS or some other like shitty program. This is stupid.
There is no cluster D in the standard DSM personality disorder grouping. The clusters are not a severity ranking. A is not milder than B, and C is not worse than B. They are historical groupings based on broad similarities in patterns. The person who started this cluster disorder grouping literally themselves must have had some form of disorder. Freaking clarifying people into groups disorder.
Saying the person that made the list of classifying people into disorder lists that they had a disorder because they did that. That's against safety reasons? Right. Okay. So, yeah. So you can't say the person who started the cluster disorder grouping had a disorder, even though the output can say this is disordered grouping clusters that, yeah, okay, yeah. So instead I went with like loaf, bread, butter for naming this stuff. That's like the only one. Everything else is preprocessor. Yeah. As like, oh, this will work, and like, there's only like one thing in there for C and for preprocessor. Like nothing's shared between languages. In the list I grabbed. Yeah. Everything's stupid. I hate everything. Oh, I gotta get something done. I'm just like, yeah. I'm like brainstorming, and then I'm like, whatever. Because it does all make sense, but like, if I type it up, then I can like test it too after. Are if and else the only things shared in C language and preprocessor? What? It's like shared vocab. So like blocks, shared vocab. See, preprocessor specific, then all languages. I'll put like string or whatever inside all languages. And then like conditional move 0 is for like the start of a string, and this is the closing of a string, because it's like the same character in two places. So it's like the same character, two different moves within the same group of the same category in the table. So like HTML is an exception, it's a little bit different. So like for HTML, if it uses these as blocks up here, like imagine how much simpler this would be to make a parser or like transpile things if this existed. Damn, that'd be so simple. It'd make things so much easier. And then if there's like an updated JavaScript that was better than this shit called JavaScript, then like, wow, everything be fucking amazing. That'd be like 2026, not 19 fucking 94. This isn't 1994. This is 2000 fucking 26. We have 64 processors and all that shit. We got all this stuff, and we're stuck in 1994, 64, whatever the fuck. JavaScript was made in what, 7 days or 10 days? So stupid. It's not even funny. Oh, JavaScript is made in 10 days, blah 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 blah. Freaking dumb as hell. So like HTML is like different than the other ones, as like markup whatever. So like these are typically for blocks. So you could take these out and then put them in a separate conditional thing for grammar or whatever. Alright, so I'm taking like these ones here, and then I have a new grammar, and then up here, I'll put it up here. Alright, or actually I'll like leave this, like cut, and then put it back here, but from above or whatever. So now I got the angle braces, whatever the fuck they're called. in a separate one called like language kind of markup, because it's like a markup language typically. It's like angled, whatever they're called, less than greater than symbols, whatever. So I go like this, and then copy, and then paste it here. Well, the symbol is still needed actually, except this could change. And then JavaScript, I thought you could do like empty and then like it'd be undefined, but apparently you need an argument. So that's stupid, it's really annoying. Except now this, oh that's why. Okay, so like this is the key. So if it hits this key, then it goes, oh there's an object here. So I'm gonna like go to this table, which is here, and then go to whatever this is for conditional move to pick, and then that has to map up to this character. So like I'd have to like type in this or whatever to like say go here to reroute it, and then it ignores this one, because when you include it, sometimes it's going to be the same character but different functionality. So that way it can be defined and then override or like change a language but have the same routine or whatever. So like this would go to here. The left one is going to go to like conditional A moves 0. Well, I guess it has to be the same symbol then. So that's kind of annoying. It can't be empty string because of then you can only have like one key per whatever. It'll override the other one. So it has to be a symbol that's unique. And then I can't pass it. Yeah. So that's stupid, but whatever. So it has to be the same symbol then. But then it would enter there and then pick that conditional move and then find this token again in the next one. So like the closing one to it is like at conditional A and then move 2, so it's like the other one. Move 1. Man, this computer's so laggy. And now these each map to like a different conditional move grouping, and then I'll find the right character and then whatever. So I don't get to like override. It has to be the same character. That kind of changes some stuff. Dang it. So it's a good thing I typed it up. And I gotta think about that, man. Alright, so like now this is removed from this one, and then if I define all the other languages, I can use this keyword. So like language or whatever variable that's used for it. it checks against the name or whatever. So I'll skip HTML and then put it inside like JavaScript, Python, and then C or whatever. So that's not going to work, but it will work because I do this. So like since this symbol, it has to like match the same symbol that it's going to, there's like, it's not possible to match all these symbols in one group. That like defeats the point. Alright, so like now it's like empty character, which means anything like a wildcard or whatever. So like anything will enter this condition. So now any symbol is going to enter. That's how I thought the other one would work. But when you specify the character, it does have to match, kind of, but not always. But it doesn't override. So now like anything for like Python, C, or preprocessor or JavaScript will pick the same exact grouping or whatever, which is like up here. And then since HTML is different, kind of block, used differently, I could like pick it apart, separate, but then have it defined inside the generic still. So it's still part of like the chain of all the other ones, but it's not part of the same chunking or module or unit or whatever. And then if something changes, I don't know, yeah. So now the HTML is a different unit or whatever, goes up here to this one. And then this one is included inside this one. So like, yeah. So if I need to like check for more grammar, then I can like do this or whatever. And like the same condition will do like move 0, then move 1. So if it fails at this one, then I can have like these things inside of it return to move 1. So it goes to this one. Alright, this is not the best system. This is like a whole setup or whatever. Yeah, okay. Really, a language would be better to interpret and then generate it. But like at least this way it's like just objects in JavaScript. And it can be represented and stuff or whatever. So then these would have to return back to the object. So and then I have this. What is this? I think this is like the routine to do. Oh, the edge case. I should have typed null in all of them first before I started adding stuff. If there's no other language defined and it hits a empty character, so there's no match, I think I was gonna have it fall through back to the other one. So drop the stack if the stack's stacked. So if it does drop through and return, then I'd have to pick the same or the next one to move to the next slot. So if it was checking 0, I want to check 1 now, or whatever. Or I could like make a different conditional grouping outside of it. Yeah, no, this is like a game of like freaking like not golf, like fucking puzzle, damn it. So if this goes up to there and it passes back, I don't want like conditional A and then a 1 inside, so it'll fall back to this 1 at this place. So I might need to make a rewind key so I don't have to like define the exact path and have it just undo. Having like define the path it came from is gonna be really annoying, not flexible. So I might need to add that. But if I do that, it's never gonna advance. It could get stuck in a loop. Damn it. moving forward somewhere in the table when it returns. Otherwise it could just like get stuck and then loop, loop, loop. And I need the looping because sometimes it loops, like it goes symbol, 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 and then it's like valid until it breaks from it. Like if there's like elif, elif, elif in a row, that's multiple else ifs, or yeah. So those that do like, they loop back and forth, but at some point there's else, and then it breaks it, or there's nothing after it, and then it breaks it. But like this right now would just like make a infinite loop and just go back and forth, back and forth. So like the conditional grouping and then the moves, they're gonna have to be like strategically set up or whatever. To make sure that if it enters on 0, maybe like it always advances to 1 after it, and then the assumption could be anything that includes another language is going to advance if it fails and has return. And then whatever enters as, it'll return as like one more failure. And then it's kind of like tracing paper, where like each of them are like, if, or onion paper, where like if you overlap them, they line up, and then they'd have to be the same, to have like predictable whatever. So yeah, that's kind of like annoying. Alright, maybe this isn't perfect. Not exactly. It's close enough, it'll work. So if it fails to find a markup and then it returns, it'd have to return to conditional grouping 1, because that's 1 more than 0 or whatever. So I have operations like push stack, pop stack, push layer, pop layer, and then layer goes on top of a stack so it doesn't destroy the stack. So you're gonna rip off the layer and then leave the stack underneath preserved. Because the preprocessor layers without disturbing below it, but then it gets ripped off when it leaves the topmost layer of the preprocessor scope. So like, I gotta think about this, man. There's the stack, the frame, and then the operation to perform. Man, this is fucking hell. Damn it. Alright, so like, there is the operation, and then there's put peel to like put a layer or peel a layer, and then there's push pop stack. And then you can see here, I have layer. So the layer literally relates to the layer. And then the stack literally relates to the stack. And then there's the frame, and it's in between. Fucking rock and hard place. So it's like layer holds stack, which has frame, which operation, whichever operation to do, gets called on the current or the extracted state to pass in for the next one. It's like extracted pass in from parse file, whatever. And then as long as nothing includes itself, it's good. But like, this whole like, I think this is the last thing I gotta like, yeah. It should just fit together and work. If not, that's gonna be fun to figure out. So assuming it's gonna like, based on the operation, which I think, hopefully, will determine that it has to return to last grammar, then this is relevant to pick like conditional A, move 1. And then that works, because if I go to conditional A, move 1, they'll end up here in the markup for HTML, whatever. So it's A and then 1. And then if I do like conditional A, move 1, well, this one has to be 0. So first it went to 0, this went to 1. So if it returns, if I always add 1, then it means I'm going to expect it to return back at move 2. So then this one will go kind markup block, and then a move 1. And it's returning to what it was moved to plus 1. So a move 1 goes here, and then the assumption is that if it's not found, it's going to return to this plus 1. So if I do move 2, and I return to like a or whatever, and then the assumption is that it's in the same conditional, because if you switch conditional blocks, then that changes the whole thing. Because the only way to know that it's going to return to the same place it came from is if it came from the same grouping, it's the same conditional, whatever. Oh, this is confusing as fuck. So it must always return to the same conditional grouping if it's to drop the layer stack to know that it will drop to a predictable place. If it's the same conditional, then it will be the same on return. Then if plus 1 for move, then it's known. If fail, it will return to conditional, but also still advances the state to the next. So that means there might need to be like dummy states or like dummy conditionals that are just placeholders for the other ones. Alright, so this is not a perfect solution. But if it fits in the grammar, logically it'll work. And then like, this is not the rules or whatever, just make them up, and then whatever works, logically works. But like, I don't know, I'm just trying to like figure it out, something that would work. Because really you could return to any conditional grouping if you like know it's going to return, or you knew it came from somewhere else. But if it's generic, you need some kind of like set of rules to make sure they're all the same. Otherwise it's not known. If you know though that it's like A to B, it's only A to B, then there's no reason to have two separate ones. Which there might not be anyway, because it might be better just to always put something in one big table. But then it's not modular. Yeah, everything's pointless, so whatever. So then this would return to global grammar braces at move 2, because that's plus 1 from whatever. That's plus 1 from 1, 2. HTML module, whatever. It's supposed to be this. So like you go to here and then go to 2. And then put whatever inside 2. So that means for like JavaScript module, if I take this, oh well, like inside 2 I put the rest of it. If there's like another grouping to check, then I can like not stair step, but like traverse each of these teardrop or teardrop. What's the word? Not water drop. Whatever the fucking word is. I'll like drop each tier level through all of them, like a chain or whatever. So I do the same thing except for like the normal blocks where it's not these and it's actually these, and then you put this in there. The power might go out. That's great. Lights flickering. Okay, cool. So in JavaScript, we'll pick generic block object instead, and then HTML used markup block. And I can't select because I accidentally zoomed in and it's like lagging. So like HTML uses this one, and then JavaScript uses this one. It's like different blocks, and then this is the wild card, or like the fall through case, the case that's picked when nothing is picked, because it has to pick something to move the finite state machine. And then this would do generic block, test conditional A moves 0. So in conditional block here, and then A moves 0 will check these. So this is going to check all these. Whichever one that matches, if it matches, is what's picked. If it doesn't match, so like if it finds this, then it'll go up to table and then find it, it's already found, so it knows it's found. But instead of drop and return to here, because it's set up to where if it does match this, it's going to go to conditional A move 0, conditional A move 0, and then if it fails, if this is my rule, if the rule is like it always returns +1 move, same conditional, then it's going to return after it drops, because when it drops, it has a pop stack, whatever, but also has to return to where it came from. So like conditional A move 1 is going to be down here, back to where it came from here, and then yeah. So when it's empty symbol and there's nothing here as the grammar, if it's null or whatever, it needs to fall to whatever was before it. I'm not sure how that works. I gotta think about it. That's great. That's really confusing. It should work, except I'm not sure what is going to activate what and what's tied to what. But then I have a state called bubble, where like does nothing, it doesn't push or pop, but then bubble would be used as the operation to add a bubble to the pipeline if it's like jumping to another grammar table. Otherwise it'd be forced to like do an operation, so a bubble will skip a push or pop and then not fuck up the stack, and then only do the push or pop operation when it's not a bubble operation. So it's like a bubble or a nop or whatever. this is null, not another grammar, then drops to before it, and the specified condition move. And since +1 on move, the symbol to match will test in that bucket of tokens that follows the last bucket. And then the next, and next, and next until it's a match, or it's an error if it doesn't match anything. So then this would fall back to this one, and then this one would advance the next one. If it wasn't the opening, if it's a closing block, and then if it is a closing block, and then it's an enter at the move +1, and then it's gonna jump to conditional A, move 1, generic block, and then I'm done with this. I'm gonna like set this up now. I did not figure out what I was trying to figure out. This is so many layers. So like generic block, and then move, conditional A, move 1. So now it's gonna check for the closing if it wasn't an opening. And if it doesn't match, default's here, and it's gonna move to like move +1. So it's at 1, so it needs to move to 2, the thing that called it. So move 2, and then make this a null or whatever. And then it's gonna fall through. Hopefully, this might break. Logically, I might have to like, I'm not sure what's gonna happen. I think it'll work. It should return. But if it's like a bubble in the pipeline, alright, so like let's say like it does return to whatever one it's on. It's gonna be at A and then 2 because it's 1 plus this, and it's gonna return the same conditional. So it's gonna return to 2, and then if it's a null here, it means like after this, there's nothing returned to because there's nothing before this one. So that's probably an error, or there's nothing in the file. So this isn't exactly what I wanted. Exit base should be possible to like puzzle together a grouping and then a secondary move, and then have the move advance because it has to move or whatever to keep it advancing the next state, I think. Yeah. And then this part, I have no idea. There's so many like variables. The whole like having it drop to the last frame, yeah. This is not even a frame drop. And then the mic was freaking turned all the way down. Great. So this is not even a frame drop. But it is. But it needs to not change the layer or stack. But if nothing changes, does it actually drop to one before it? So there's something else I was trying to figure out, and then it doesn't matter now. Because I found this, and I gotta think about this now. So I'm not gonna think about that, try to figure this out. So I think I'm like, start typing this up now. And hopefully everything else is accounted for, because otherwise I gotta backtrack again. Yeah. I'm gonna type this into chatbot and see what chatbot says about this. And that might actually be useful. And then I'll get to typing it in. I hate typing stuff and then undoing. That's like the worst. So annoying. I need more water. think I got it. So I have an operation called bubble as like a placeholder. So when it's not a push or a pop, but like a traversal to another state, it bubbles. I'm just gonna do like stack length minus 1, whatever. Assuming like it's not gonna be 0. So like stack stack and then push pop stack over here. And then put peel layer is a layer, and then layer is actually another separate counter. But is it not? I might need to write this up the other way, where layers on the outside or the inside, or whatever. So like, yeah. So like operation though, that is itself a separate abstraction, whatever. So like I need like bubble up and then bubble down, because it's like two directions. It goes up or down. It's either entering a higher bubble or like traversing to like a new state, or it's entering back to the old one or back to another one, but it doesn't affect push or pop. So bubble up and then bubble down, because I have a bubble. So I think that would account for this, where it's like enters a state and then it has to know to drop to the last one, but I have to indicate that somehow without fucking up the rest of the stack or whatever, or the layers. So yeah. So it's like layer put or peel and then stack push or pop and then whatever the fuck I just said, freaking bubble up or down. So it's like a direction instead of push pop or put or peel. I think I'm all out of like words to describe an action that does something forwards and then reverses. Push pop, put peel, up down. What? Wait, there's a left right. Alright, no, I'm not. There's a couple left. And then there's like in out. Alright, there's a lot left. Never mind. So a layer goes on top of the stack, but at the very bottom is a layer to hold the stack. But I think they're the same thing then. Except they're not, but they are. They're not the same thing. So like layer put peel, layer put, layer peel, and then push frame or pop frame, and then yeah. So peeling a layer deletes the layer in the index. So layer holds stack, and then stack must be an array inside a layer. Alright, so it's an array, so that was right. Oh, I don't care anymore. I want to be done. Damn it. So pop frame. So pop frame is a layer, and then the property of it, the top is being changed. It's called like layer attribute stack, okay. to chatbot, and then, yeah. Alright, I think. Probably not. Never mind, it's not even. There's probably something that I didn't account for. I guess I'll find out. And there's a stupid thing I'm trying to figure out still.
Extrapolate, global layer, layer length 1 ATR stack, stack length 1 ATR frame, enum operation is, up bubble down bubble, put layer peel layer, push stack pop stack, arg extracted token. The expression looks like a formalized pseudocode abstract machine notation rather than a standard programming language. To extrapolate it, we can interpret its structure and infer the intended operation.
As I'm like go through this to like triple check, and then if there's nothing that pops up that I don't think I didn't account for, because I think I got it all now. And then I'll go back and like whatever. I don't know, yeah.
Structural interpretation. It appears to describe, select the topmost global layer. Meaning, access the last, highest deepest current layer in a global layer stack. Select the topmost stack inside that layer. Meaning, access the current active stack frame container. Invoke an operation on the current frame. Meaning, dispatch an operation determined by enum operation, passing a token argument. Allowed operations appeared in verses. Up bubble, down bubble, put layer, peel layer, push stack, pop stack. The notation likely means inverse complementary operation pair. Expanded semantic form, a more readable extrapolation. Current layer equals global layer, top layer. Current stack equals current layer ATR stack, top stack. Current frame equals current stack ATR frame. Execute. Operation equals enum operation. Target equals current frame. Argument equals arg extracted token. Possible abstract machine behavior. Operation, likely meaning, up bubble, token, move upward in a nested scope context bubble, down bubble, token, descend back into a nested context, put layer, token, create add a new layer, peel layer, token, remove unwind a layer, push stack, token, add a new execution stack context, pop stack, token, remove the current stack context. So the entire expression could mean, take the current active execution context, the top frame of the top stack of the top global layer, and apply a reversible structural transformation specified by enum operation, using the extracted token as its operand. More abstract mathematical notation. It could be rewritten as MT. Apply. OTOKENFRAMEGLOBALLAYMAXSTACKMAX where M equals machine state, O equals structural operation, token equals extracted instruction data, frame equals current execution target.
Man, it doesn't even paste. Oh, whatever.
Why is this left to right? MT. Apply. OTOKENFRAMEGLOBALLERMAXSTACK.
Man, that's annoying. Yeah.
If this is intended as a compiler-interpreter model, a plausible extrapolation is that this represents a self-modifying hierarchical interpreter.
Oh, there's so many fucking layers.
The token is not executed directly, it is routed through the current frame's operation dispatcher, allowing the runtime to mutate its own nesting structure. In plain English, at the deepest active point of the global runtime hierarchy, perform the structural operation encoded by the instruction token, navigate context, modify layers, or modify stacks. Why is this left to right? Empty plus 1 equals apply. O, token, frame, global layer max, stack max, and comma separation. Like apply is a function in your definition. Apply does not typically apply three things, but you have three args. Lead what? Good catch. The notation I used was not a canonical mathematical expression, it was an explanatory abstraction. Your objections are valid. Function, argument 1, argument 2, argument 3. It is not saying apply happens first, then O, then token, in a temporal sense. It means 2. Why commas? Are these three things being applied? No. The commas mean arguments, not sequential operations. What even is applied to what? Apply receives. O equals operation. Token equals operand data. Frame equals execution context. In your formal mathematical whatever. ChatGPT said, "You're right to challenge that." In the notation I wrote, nothing clearly says what is applied to what. The phrase apply receives was an implementation style explanation, not a formal mathematical statement. A proper mathematical reading needs an operator with a defined signature if we write. But that still does not express application in the usual mathematical sense. It is just a three-argument function named apply. The name is misleading. A better formulation would be
So that actually makes more sense, kind of. That makes the most sense. So I probably need to like modify the frame inside the function, not outside, and then it's like it goes with the flow. I was gonna return it and then assign a frame. But like since I passed in the operation anyways, I might as well just change a frame inside of it, since that technically is what it would be doing anyways.
Means the operation push stack is applied to frame with token as its parameter, or if the whole machine state changes. Means the operation encoded by O is applied to the current machine state MT, producing the next state. That is the normal mathematical pattern Fx or Fxy. Global layer, last.atr stack, last.atr frame, enum operation, arg extracted token. The closest formal translation is actually here. There is no mysterious apply. The selected frame is the object being operated on, the enum selects which operator, and the token is the argument. That is the relationship your original notation implies.
I can't like just add people on Discord. Like any potential drama, whatnot. Just if I don't know, I don't know. I'm not gonna add people. And apparently tons of people have like second, third, fourth, fifth, like Discord accounts, because like they join the same server 3, 4, 5 times, and then if they get kicked from it, they're like, hey, I still got this account in there. Like, I don't get it. The effort it takes to make more than one account, man, that's not very much effort. I'm just really lazy. another stack called bubble. Fucking fuck. Oh, come on. God damn it. Where even would this go? That doesn't work though. But it does because that means that whatever frame it is, it could bubble up and then not, because it's not making a new frame anyways. But it has to exist in the current frame. Or make a new frame and then enter that frame, and then that's the new bubble, and then when it pops that off the stack, it has to resume from the bubble it was at, if that makes sense. Oh, that's confusing. Fuck. So if it bubbles, it's only going to affect and never change a frame until there's a new frame, and then when the frame pops, then from the stack, the bubble that was on the frame remains. So the current thing, if it needs to up a bubble, then I need to like cancel out and then do no up bubble. So I might need to like up bubble, make a new bubble on the frame every time there is an up bubble operation, and then test if it's null or self whatever, and then down bubble, and I'll go up and then down on the bubble and then disappear, because it might not be known till later that it's itself or it's its own thing. So this is like a separate stack or whatever. I think that makes sense. So the bubble is like in between states, like traversing from one point to another. So it should build up and then drop from the state it was. So I think it'd be like adds to the bubble, whatever bubbles up and then goes down, and then it should always end up empty before any push pop of a frame or a layer. Except the layer, it might be yeah. The layer and the stack part are solid, but the frame and then this bubble thing. I'll figure that out after I get this other stuff in place. And then I think everything's covered now. Yeah. Not really. There's still a couple of like other things, but oh, I hate this, man. Alright, I'm just gonna like, yeah, set up what I got and then finish refactoring. This is freaking complicated. Dang it. And it kind of turns into like a puzzle where like there's like rules and then like you gotta like or come up with some kind of rule to make sure it advances the finite state machine. It doesn't get stuck in a loop. That's annoying. So this is not absolutely perfect. It could be, but then I'd have to make like a language and then parse it to extract it and then set it up and then test and run it. And that I need to just make a parser first if I even was going to do that. And then this is going to be a parser, so yeah, chicken or the egg. And then I need to like benchmark JavaScript versus assembly. So I gotta do this in JavaScript. And because lots of stuff is already in JavaScript. And then once I get the assembly done, I'm gonna have to figure out how to like run assembly in Node.JS. Because this stuff is shit, absolute garbage. And if I'm gonna run my parser in assembly and maybe just like paste the executable bytes or whatever and run it. Do that, then way quicker. How much? I don't know yet. And then if I optimize it, freaking even faster. I'm done thinking about this, and then whatever other stuff, I'm like, there's no way I can plan ahead. There's so many freaking things. Dang it. Just freaking put it together then. So like each case, whatever, for the spec index. It's going to be calling a function, not inline like this, but like example, whatever. I don't know. Then it's the same spec or specification, whatever, same routine, just different values assigned generically as a language, whatever. And then the stack. I think bubble needs a stack. Oh my god. And I think it'd be inside the frame, except it might actually be outside the frame, like alongside. I don't even want to think about it right now, so yeah, I'll deal with that when I get to it. And I can set stuff up and then ignore the bubble operation for now. And I think this is good or whatever. It sets it to the flat array, except it's incremented after, which, yeah, thread-wise, that's stupid. It's not a good idea. Oh, duh, I could just do this. Alright, now, when threaded, it's perfectly fine. Sets bit to the bit array for a state to indicate when it's done. And then the spec index array is inside of the grammar name match. So each grammar name whatever's packed with it is tied up with this spec expand function, and then each spec function needs an expand function. And then I gotta put a check to check for that. Man, Gatorade sucks. My throat is so dry. the butter array gets assigned to flatten out to like a single flat axis with one index. So it's like spread out or whatever, like butter spreading. Yeah. It's like RDS. So RDS is this, and then Q array C. So the Q, what's in the array? Freaking indexed thing or whatever. Yes, array. So spec index. So then the butter array that holds a single index that's been flattened points to this, and then this holds which slot it's at inside the butter array, and it holds the switch case that it is. So it has both knowns stored to what the butter array holds. So I think this holds a slate or whatever. Or a slab or whatever. Why does this hold Enu? This is like old. I like added new stuff and renamed stuff. So great. I'm not totally sure. Like, oh, it's because it holds this. The butter array, the flat array, holds this, and then it doesn't know which one it is inside of it. Except it is know which object it belongs to at the time, except not this. So if this is saved here, Specking it's possible to like locate the thing that holds it, going back up, and then get this and this, whatever. So this thing is inside of this thing. But it's like an array. It's intentional because it's named C2, so like another depth of this one. Fucking confusing. And then this is like a length, I think. And this is the same name, so it must be like, this is the length to the array one after it. But it only populates one at a time. So first pass, I think, has like not modify things, and then save the ID that they relate to, and then not handle that till next pass, and then grab the first one and then push it to stack, or just grab the first one and process it, and then grab the next one because it's gonna be resolved after that. So there's one spec index for each language name. So like it's like HTML or like JavaScript, whatever language name. There's one spec index, but then there's multiple slabs or slates that expand depending on what it contains, or if it nests another grammar inside of it. And that's where this happens. And then if it doesn't nest another thing, then this holds the length of what was expanded within this current spec index. So spec index known doesn't change the array. This accumulates every time there's a new one. Is the next one due? Which means that it can't advance until the first one's done. So when it enters, it is that one because it entered. It doesn't start another one until after it finishes one. So in effect, it like accumulates this every time. If it enters, it does the next one that was found to be like recursive, whatever, or like to recurse it if it's yeah. So it has to access this property and then set this one, which is a new entry, to its stack, which may not always be what the original one was, because when it enters the second time, it belongs to different grammar. And that's what gets flattened, is this to the butter array. So since this is flattened to the butter array, and then the butter array holds multiples, and it's tied to the spec index, except inside the spec index, there's multiple layers. Fucking fuck. So this structure needs to be made once, initially only, and then after that, assigned to this one, and then this one, but then not destroy whatever was there. And then this already is an array. And I was being lazy because I didn't want like to find the fucking key. So I'll comment it out again. So the exact index within whatever it is, it doesn't matter. And then this needs to be a count, not the index. So the spec index is known. What's not known is the index of the thing within it. So this needs to actually be whatever the current count is. I'm gonna rename this to top and then be done with this. Because, yeah, I think it's supposed to be the top, not the, because there's a spec index count. So this is a queue within the spec index. Oh, this is so confusing. If it's wrong, I'll just undo whatever that wouldn't be first. Except the spec index does need to be known, but it doesn't. Because it was known. When the queue is flattened to the butter array. To spread the index is flat. Like butter. Yeah. It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't have to. So this needs to hold the count and then also the spec index, because it needs to know the index is in, because it holds the literal thing itself, so it doesn't know what index it's at unless I like save it. And then it also needs to know the stupid spec index. So I thought it'd be saved here, but it's not. It's not saved here. This is account. Because it expands in a queue to a spec index, not a different spec index. So, yeah. So now the butt array holds the flat index. actually needs to hold this. So it's RDS or whatever, the item, and then it's stupid Q array C, and then that's here, and then needs to pick the correct one in it. Because if it's like after the first entry, it might be 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever above it, and then this, and then that's that. Okay, I'm done. Oh, this is annoying as fuck. And then the freaking like. The bubbling when it's like bubble up and then bubble down to like change state without pushing or popping or putting or peeling a layer or a stack. Man. Freaking later. Alright, now I can like cut this chunk and then paste it over there and then attempt to finish refactoring. Streams like 8 hours, man. A little bit further. So this was being passed in, whatever, or passed out in an array. This chunk. Now it's out of that code. And then this needs a new name. So then this is this crap here. That this crap calls and runs a routine on. And then all that can wait. I need to duplicate and get everything assigned to this also, along with the current stuff, so it'll run both, and then I can disable the old stuff when everything's moved over to this structure. And then if I forgot something, I'm gonna have to backtrack. And that's a lot of fun. Yay. So hopefully, yeah, backtracking is like 90% of the time, or all the time. Just backtracking. I'm not sure what nodes to like delete yet, so I'll just keep everything forever. And then never delete it, and then it's never not there. Yeah, best idea. So these globals, and then get rid of this. Except this is being assigned and it's in use here. So if I get rid of it, it's gonna fuck it up. So it's being used before it's expanded and then after it's expanded, because it's not, it's like all globbed in one chunk. I gotta like unchunk it. So like, so freaking man. I gotta check the order of the calls, make sure that it's calling to expand before it enters, because it might be entering and just running before it even expands it, which would fuck stuff up if it knows the length before it even has it. I really hope that's not happening. So like, I gotta like, yeah, I gotta get rid of this. I gotta like get this one in place to get rid of that one, because I can't just take it out. And this program just cannot just work. It cannot save its place. You zoom in, you zoom out. It freaking scrolls up, scrolls down. It's garbage. So nothing's broken yet, and I need to like stay that way. So So I gotta find where it initializes, or is supposed to initialize this, and then make sure that this is being initialized before this is being accessed. Because this is kind of like, just like, it exists, and then it might not be following the correct order. I think it is, but everything's been shuffled around over and over and over. I don't know what's where anymore. I'm just trying to like structure it and get it done. I'm literally freaking, I want to be done with this. This is so annoying. I just want to like save it back up and then try to like, yeah, just get it working, running, and done. So like the handle was like a handle at some point. And then I made like a handle and then attached stuff to it. And then now it's like, it's not just a handle, it's like everything. So like the grammar object is passed into the handle to like specify the grammar or whatever. So it passes in whatever like the topmost for that grammar is, and then expands it, and then that's applied to that handle because it holds like the expanded data, whatever. So the handle is more like the main object for that kind of file, or yeah. I guess I could pass in the grammar here, and then inside of it, have it run and then check the handle array and find if there's a handle that was made for that file type yet. This is so boring. So for the old code, it enters and assigns a grammar here, and then it's like there on the handle. And then it checks the global, is it main entry or not, and then enters, does startup stuff, and then it expands the grammar. And then I already have a spec index for like the spec it's supposed to meet for expanding the grammar to switch whatever, and then it picks it or whatever. Oops, it makes like a deep copy. It makes a separate collection for keys to test after or find within the tree. And there's like tons of comments I gotta clean out. And then like later on, or when there's more spec indexes, then whatever. And then the switch is not even needed. It's just easier to find. When it's like an array, it's impossible to find anything because everything's an array. Then makes a new frame, pushes the frame, and sets initial values. So I need to define this to like, not any bubble, but make it like a freaking up bubble or down bubble to like pick a direction, up or down, irrelevant of the stack or the layer. It might need to be like outside, alongside, but not part of the stack, but that would be weird. But if it bubbles, does it need to like persist between states on the stack? I don't care anymore. I just wanted a finite state machine. And like recursive freaking parsing with like push down automata, whatever the fuck it is. So like when it bubbles, whatever. If it's in like one table and it's set up to like pick a different table, if it's like a table included in a table. So like the generic block language has the less than, greater than, whatever. It's like these are null, but these hold this, whatever, so it holds a different language, grammar, whatever. So like this goes to this one up here. For like language kind markup or whatever, it's like markup language. So like this is a symbol, same symbol. So since it's like related, but it's not always the same, I can like have a table hold a table and then pick like conditional A move 0 of that one when it goes up to that block, or picks it, whatever, or refers to it, whatever. So like conditional A and then move 0. And then it has a symbol, so I know it's gonna find it because it's the same symbol. So I'll find it, and then it does whatever for this block. And then to return, I need like bubble up or bubble down to tell it to like return to like the one before this one, except this is not part of the stack or the layer. It's like separate. It's like outside of it, whatever. And then whatever it returns is like return to like +1, whatever entered is. So if it's move 0, it's move 1. If it's move 1 for like the other angle brace, whatever, then it's move 2 here. And then if I put like bubble down to like pop back down to level before, it'll drop to the language that held it for that parenthesis character, but I'll return to conditional C move 1. So it's like 0 + 1 is the next one. Did I say C? I meant A. So like I'll do like conditional A and then move 2. Not move 0 because that's where it came from, was here. I'll do move 1 to like advance it to the next one and then try to find the closing character. And then after this, it'll like, if it finds this character, it'll enter up here, go into like that block, and then a match here. This computer's so laggy. on that character, and then it'll return. So I need like bubble down, and then returns like C, move 2 to where it's from. So if it moves to move 2, why is this C? It should be A. Alright, whatever. Pretend it's A. Move 2 is here. So it's going to advance here and then here. So as long as it's always stepping forward and have like a set of rules, then it won't get stuck in an infinite loop. So the bubble part, it's like separate from the stack and the layer. At first I thought, oh shit, they're gonna overlap, but they don't. Instead it's like, I need like a separate control flow, whatever, for like the bubble, when it bubbles up or down. Because if it's like a match, then it like pushes to the stack, next frame, whatever, with the grammar, like evaluate, whatever. But if it's not a match, it hits a wild card or whatever, empty character. And then it can like correctly bubble down and then not call any stack operation, so it's like whatever. It's like fine, but if it does match and bubble, it doesn't bubble up. At that point, so like do like a push pop, whatever, or a layer. So it's like two different control flows. So if it does match, then it means it has to drop it to go down to the bubble before it or whatever at some point. This program is absolute garbage, god damn it. if I have to like push more than one thing to the stack, I need conditionals to like test as it stacks up and as it stacks down. And that's like the worst stack ever. So like since it can be like either push a stack or push a layer, it has to drop at some point to like return to whatever was at. So it needs to call it at some point when it does finish and pop from the stack or layer, whenever it's like successful, whatever. So a layer is like this direction or whatever, and then the stack is like off each layer. So it's like here, and then stacks up, and then it's here stacks up, and then stacks up. This is so stupid. So if I like throw a bubble on the stack, then I end up with a fucking bubble on the stack, and nobody wants bubbles. That's why I called it a bubble. Just fucking fuck up the stack. And then if it's a layer, it'll bubble here. But then like, as it's stacking, if it returns somewhere else, it can like bubble there or bubble here on the stack. That's not the layer stack. So I need to like test between like which stack it is. Is it the layer or the stack that has to be unbubbled or whatever? But if I make it separate like this, I guess. If I separate it, then now it can be like this can stack, this can stack, this can stack, whatever. And then this is completely outside of it. So you can like stack 3-4 times and then only stack once here and then drop or whatever. So to make all that other stuff not relevant, because if it like stacks at the same exact push and then pop whatever, then it's like that. But if it's like it bubbles up and then it does like 2 stacks or a layer and then 2 stacks, whatever. And then like it's not symmetrical, like the count or whatever. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4 operations and then 1 and then 2. And it needs to be able to like handle that, because yeah. So like I think I'm gonna like just like get done, or it's not worth like setting up a whole thing. It's be slower. If I throw a bunch of conditionals in there, that's just annoying. I wanted to save this for something else, but I'm gonna have to waste it on this. So later I'm gonna have to add another freaking nest level. Damn it. So if I use move for like advancing it every time, I could use this as like an indicator of like when it's going up or down, like bubble wise or whatever. And then that's like a branch or an if else. So you change control flow to like a different grouping, and then I name it with bubble up or bubble down, and then make some rule where like if it goes this direction, there's a bubble, and then it has to come down at some point. So intentionally do this, whatever, and then do that with like the conditional whatever labeling. So I'm gonna need like a freaking like true false for every single conditional then, in case it ever does bubble and has like return back. So it's like a push, or like a call and a return, I guess. So I should probably rename to like call bubble then return bubble, or like, yeah. So if it matches, march a block, and then it finds a character match, and it is this character, then enters, and then if it enters, then it enters, and then it's gonna stack. So I'll just put like push stack or whatever. So it entered with being true that something was bubbled. So if I name the conditional bubble up or something, then it's like, okay, this one's for when it bubbles up. So if it enters, it knows, or like I can read it and be like, oh, okay, so like this bubbles up, meaning something enters here. Or something jumped from another grammar table to this one. So if it enters, and then it's up bubble, which means it enters, then it'll hit here, and then it'll push it to the stack, and then that stack is going to pop at some point, and then the whole bubble thing, that's not even relevant at that point. It's just fucking out there, just whatever the fuck it's at is what it's at. As long as it like restores back to what it was, it's good. So it could like stack 4 times, 2 times, whatever, or layer and shit. Even though there's only like one operation, multiple like push pops, whatever. And since this whole thing is tagged as bubble up, then I can like return from this one as bubble down, because it has to bubble down on the next one. It doesn't. It only has to bubble down if it enters. And then like there's like another language grammar here. If there's not, then it's not the bubble situation. So when it does enter here, and it bubbles up, then it's gonna have to bubble down. So like, that's not that bad. I thought I need like control flow everywhere. But it's only in the place where it bubbles up. That's ironic, if that's even how to use a word in that case, because it like bubbles up, and it doesn't matter on anywhere else other than the place where it bubbled up, because that's where it's bubbled down. That's really fucking weird. So like it bubbles up here, and then it bubbles down here. This program sucks, damn. And then here, it's like it doesn't exist. It's like it jumps here, and then it's tagged as up bubble, meaning it has the bubble down, and then it does the bubble, or whatever. And then literally any number of operations between, it doesn't matter. Like one stack and up two, or, and then add a layer, and then up one, and like, it doesn't matter. It's like physically tied to this point, not even in the code. So then like any number of operations can occur between here. Even like another push bubble, but then that would cause another conditional. So like, does that work? I think it works. So like anything like between, that's fucking weird. So that's not that bad. It's just like, if there's a conditional, it has to be like duplicated, I guess. Or this could be tied to the move instead. Doesn't need to be tied to, that's probably better. And then it makes it easier to keep track of what's bubbling up, what's bubbling down. I need a signal to pass in. If there's like an error, like let's say like this one's not valid for whatever it's trying to find, and it's like known to be not valid, then I need like down bubble or whatever. So then all the push stack ones, whatever character is, whatever maps to is what I change this to on the right side. Whatever like blah 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 it is. But if this is an error, for sure, I need to make like another tag to say down bubble error or up bubble error. That means I need like freaking like what? This is freaking okay. There we go. All right, so we'll take with okay, or is this nothing? Oh, whatever. So I need like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more tags. That might actually be worth it. And then it's more split and it's like tied to the stack operation. It's like obvious and it's not accidental. If it like, yeah. Or I'll call it like exception and then, alright, so I'll pass in a data packet with like extra flags and shit. And then like the exception can have an exception and then handle it. And that's like a whole different thing. Oh, different thing, whatever. This is a disgusting burp, damn. It wasn't even a burp, it's just like whatever's in my stomach, just like warm air. God, that's gross. So if I rename them, I gotta like update where it does that. So here, put here, up, bubble, whatever. So this could go to this tag or this tag if it's like the whole group. And then I might need it to actually bubble on purpose if it is to itself and not to like another table, whatever. Intentionally, and then like, but then it's always gonna bubble, and then there's that state where nothing bubbles at the start, and that's funky. So that's not, that wouldn't work. So like when it's its own layer, it doesn't leave to another grammar. It needs to not bubble, ever. But if it's ever a different layer, it's always gonna have to like bubble or not bubble. And then it's like separate from any push stack or any stack or layer that's like push or whatever. I had to like test crap and make sure this works. I can't just assume and then find out. That'd be a waste of time. Damn it. I had to figure out where I last saved. I typed in the middle of fucking, damn it. I'm like, yeah. This adds like a whole other layer, stack, bubble, they all work. A whole other bubble to like what I had going on. I'm gonna work on this a couple days and then whatever, or more than a couple days. I need to get some like, I gotta get this done. This is stupid. I'm like save it back up and then set up this bubble stuff and then whatever, a couple days, or I don't know, whenever I get like bored enough or feel like I need to like stream to force myself to keep going, I'll stream. I don't think over a couple days. This is stupid. This is so annoying. Stupid parser. At least like this is for the JavaScript engine. Goes into like several different things I gotta set up. So it has to work. Like I don't have time for like shit. Like the shit parsers that I'm not gonna use. And then if I use them, I gotta like give credit or pay money. I'm not doing that. I'm making my own stuff. Alright, I'm done for now. Peace.